Okay, because you see there. Can you hear us now? I think they should hear us now. We're off screen, but I think there is sound. Okay. I think the sound is working now. I think. Um, we'll put the mic here for now. Okay, I'll come back. Let's see. Yay! They can hear us now. Okay, now I just need to find Jesper. There's never a tournament. Don't worry, Axel. I've never been at a single tournament where things just work out. But we got there. The sound is working. So yeah, here we are. Jesper will be coming soon, I'm sure. So I'll just wait for Jesper, but I'll say hello to everyone who's already in the chat. I see quite a few people are here. Too many names. Daini must be someone you know. Daini was writing about you, so I'm sure Daini is someone who actually knows. Akuborn, Maripanjani. How did it go this morning, Jani? Isgirimed, Get Length, Jedek, Akuborn, Mikefeval, thank you so much for the sub. Silesia, Pandora's Box. So many of you have found your way. Stepbra, oof, Michael, F, Self-Destroyer, Momkey, Jedek I already mentioned, and Neil. Hello everyone. And Jesper is back. Yes. So we managed to fix the sound. Did you have a look at the playing hall?
Yes, I just wanted to take a look now when we had a small break to see what was happening.
Yeah, so well, I'll ask you about that in a second.
Yes.
But yeah, so now that we have sound, very quickly, well, our name's on the screen, so I'm sure you can figure out who we are, but I'm Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host throughout the event. And today and tomorrow, rounds 1 and 2, delighted to be joined by International Master Jesper Hall. Jesper, I asked you twice already, but now we have sound. So how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm very much looking forward to this tournament. And also, of course, the first round. I can see that there are a lot of interesting games coming up. So yeah, I think we will have some good hours here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the time control. I think the action will come quite fast. Maybe a quick word about the time control. It's 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, but no time control on move 40 as we have 2 double rounds. So this is the longest allowed time control. And the schedule, well, for today, all you have to know is round 1 has just started, and tomorrow morning round 2 will be at 10 o'clock Central European Summertime, which is the local time here in Uppsala. And shall we maybe just jump into the action, and we'll have more time
to
discuss everything, that's because there's not just this tournament, were so many other things going on around. You've been here for a few days, so you can tell us about that.
Yes, yeah. This is what we are part of. This tournament is the Uppsala Chess Festival. And this is a new initiative here in Uppsala. And beside having some great tournaments like a Grandmaster tournament to international master tournaments, there are also some other events like an open tournament and so on. And beside that, this weekend I have been having a training camp for 6 of the most promising players in Sweden. Some of them taking part in this tournament, so that's why also very much looking forward to this. And we have had Artur Yusupov and Michel Marin, 2 very famous both players and trainers that has been giving them some lessons beside me then. So yeah,
a very exciting side program.
Yes.
The game we have on the screen is the reigning and very newly reigning. He's just won the Swedish championship, I think, a few weeks back. Jungmin Seo. Can you tell us a few words about Jungmin, maybe?
Yes, Jungmin has been part of Team Sweden that was a talent development, or that is a talent development program that Sweden has got. And he is extremely ambitious. And he's living for chess, you could say. I spoke to him and his father some years ago, and they said that Jungmin, 90% of his wake time there is a chess game going on in his head.
That's a lot of time.
That's a lot of time. Yeah, it's not much time left, is it? Beside eating and so on. So he's really, really into it, and of course he's an extreme talent. And during the Swedish Championship, it was also obvious that he has taken a new step. But of course, now in these pandemic times, it has been quite difficult to know the strength of the younger players, because they are making progress, so much progress, and so on. And obviously, Jung Min has continued his route forward. And I think there is no doubt that he played the best chess in the Swedish Championship. And don't forget, in the Swedish Championship there is at least 6-7 grandmasters participating. So a really good achievement.
Does he have any GM norms?
Yes, he has got 2.
2. Okay, so
yes,
a lot at stake here.
Yes, he said that he will make a new one in this tournament.
Oh well, then we will keep it.
Or at least, of course,
he will try.
He will try. So.
Today, a very interesting pairing for him. He's playing against one of the foreign GMs in the group, Mihail Marin.
Yes.
And let's maybe see how the opening went. One of the things I didn't warn you about last night is that my opening knowledge is very limited.
Yes.
So that's where I'll be relying on you quite a bit.
Well, what's interesting in this type of opening is, of course, that what black is doing is that the black gives white the center in a way, but the key square is e4. So as long as black has got control of e4 with the bishop on b7 and the knight on a4 and maybe following up with f5 or something like that, then normally the black position is okay. And so that will be a fight on the board with this type of opening. And in this position also the question is where to put the white bishop, because either you try to play e3 and develop it to d3 and so on to take control of e4, or you play g3 and you
did.
Yes, that's right, because then you have the fianchetto, and sometimes as the bishop will most likely be protected by the king on g1 after a short castle, the bishop on b7 might be in trouble sometime. You can use that this is not protected in the same way.
So let's see. So that all happened, the normal developing moves here, and now the bishop comes out all the way to b4. Is this also?
Yeah, in this position, because here you have got a choice with white. You have more or less all the different moves. You can play either knight bd2, bishop d2, or knight c3. All these possibilities. So here you have a choice. Normally in this type of position, you want your knight to be on c3, because one of the main ideas for white is to push with d4, d5, and then you want your knight on c3. But in this position, after knight c3, knight e4, it can be quite a good move. So then sometimes you try to avoid that. So normally either white plays knight bd2, so then the bishop will not be so good on b4, and it probably has to go back to e7. But on the other hand, then the knight on d2 has come to the wrong square. Or you make bishop d2 like in this game, and you accept that you can you swap bishops, and black is normally happy
for this exchange.
For an exchange like this. And now after queen take d2, the knight is on its way to c3, like I said,
where it wanted to go.
Where it wants to go, that's right. And then we'll see how black will continue. Black has got different possibilities, either to play like a d6 and knight bd7 and e5 to put the pawns on the right color compared to the bishop on b7, or you can also sometimes even push in the center with c5 d5. We'll see what will happen.
Well, he talked about the e4 square, so Mihail decided to immediately jump in with knight e4.
That's okay, of course, and we'll see. You place queen to c2.
Queen c2 was played. Those knights were also exchanged. Actually, let me ask you a question maybe about what you think Mihail Marin's strategy will be going into this game. I haven't talked to him. I don't know for how long, because so many players have not played very much in these pandemic times, and with the black pieces, do you think Marin will be happy to play a quiet game, not take too many risks, maybe
Well,
equalize, or what do you think would be
first of
his
all, I
approach?
must say that yesterday Michel Marin was giving his lectures to these promising players of Sweden.
Was Jung-min one of them?
No,
No.
no, some other in the international master group. But the interesting thing was that his talk is, of course, Learn from the Legends, as his famous book that I can really recommend. And then we, Marin and I, we had a lot of talk about this. That it is, do not forget all these old strong players. Not the least from the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union. They had a lot of knowledge and so on. And I believe that if he is facing this young new generation of guys, he will try to play like classical chess and get a good positional type, not going for the most challenging openings and so on, and use his knowledge that he has got.
Not test them in the most theoretical,
normally
sharpest lines.
And that is also the way when you play someone that he's a bit higher rated. You either have two choices. Either you want like a technical position, strategic position where your bigger knowledge can come to advantage, or you can go for a more dynamic situation. Jung-min, he's a good calculator, so I guess that what he's looking for in this game is to get a slow pace where he's step by step can try to outplay Jung-min. But I believe that Jung-min is also a really good strategic player, so I am looking forward to see who will get a little bit of a grip.
Yeah, so let's see. We had just a couple more moves now. Marin played d6.
Yeah.
Jung-min castled, knight d7. So far all normal developing moves. And bishop e4.
Yes, in this, like I said, one of the key moves in this type of positions is to play the pawn to e4. And with rook to e1, white was preparing that kind of move. So that's why putting the bishop on e4 is normal. Now it's quite interesting because if you really want to play e4, then you need to move your knight, and you do not really want to swap bishops because then there is a lot of pieces left, not so many pieces left on the board. So in this type of positions, white can sometimes they play like bishop f1 or bishop h3 or something like that, and then they play knight d2 and go for e4. That's one of the most challenging way to play, but well, we'll see, because that is the game position, this one.
Yeah, so bishop e4, and Jung-min is thinking now.
Yeah, so now it's also a question of how happy Jung-min will be to go for a more a drawish position, or if he wants to challenge Marin in this game.
There's already an interesting question in the chat by one of our viewers. Frisky Frog is asking, instead of taking back on c3, couldn't he, but knight g5?
Knight g5, yeah, well, that's interesting. Queen take g5, what is that?
So
is that possible?
He's saying apparently this is an old trick.
Yeah, and take on b7.
Oops.
That's interesting.
Now what do we do?
The question is if you can. I thought about it. Can you? First of all, let's go back just to see if it's forced, because that's the threat.
Just so you know, if we ever want, we have an openings book if we want it.
Yes, I see. That's interesting. Take. Well, I still think you take on g5. That's my guess. Here, take on b7. I thought about taking on e2 in this position, if that's possible. And then if probably the queen takes, and then maybe knight c6. I don't know if that is possible.
So you'll give up. Well, you have no choice, of course. I guess I have to take.
Yeah, and then probably you take.
Can you take there, or you just take?
That's the question. Probably, maybe, I don't know if it's possible to take on. And then maybe if you take on d4, maybe
Actually,
queen
Frisky
e4.
Frog, who suggested it, he used to play this line. Used to play this line himself. So.
So what does it has it got any? If this is an opening, as you understand, this is not my opening,
Yeah.
so I'm not.
Let's quickly check with the openings book.
Yes.
So knight g5 is actually, well, both moves have been played 17 times, but white seems to score quite a lot better in knight g5. And then why is it not working now?
Happening then after knight g5.
So let me see. Knight g5. And now there's two move, queen g5, which we looked at, and the other is knight e4. But I don't know why this book is not working properly. Knight e4. Ah, no, sorry, then knight.
Yeah, I thought about this position. If it's, maybe, I don't know if you play.
I'm so sorry, somehow my openings book is causing me problems. So yeah, knight e4. And then this is something I'll have to look into during the break, bishop e4.
I see. Okay, so now you take on. I guess you take on e4 in that position.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what is going on.
Is that possible? If you said it was bishop.
It was bishop takes, yeah.
Yeah, and then you take on e4. And if queen takes, you take on g5. And if takes, and then you have this move. Yeah, and this is or a check on a5 is also a bit dangerous.
Even stronger, yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's stronger, but at least this looks at least dangerous for. Yeah. And then knight c6 and take on d4 or something like that. It must be a very double-edged position.
Yeah.
I would be a bit afraid to play this if I was not very well prepared, of course.
Yeah, but definitely an interesting line. So thank you for alerting us to this Frisky Frog. And then
I also thought about what you asked me, marine strategy, and one possibility that I think about, what sometimes you try to do, is to play an old line. That he has he has been analyzing for 30 years, and maybe the young opponent only knows the latest fashion, and you can trick him in this type.
Yeah,
of
maybe
positions.
this knight g5 is an older idea. I don't know, but. So yeah, back in the game, and then we'll jump around, because actually we don't only have the GM group, we also have two IM groups, so plenty of action.
Yes.
Rook ad1 has been played, so the bishop for now remains on g2.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the black idea is to push one of the pawns, either e5 or c5. Probably the queen will be on e7. And we have a position, like I said, as long as black has got control of e4, normally it is okay. But it's white who has got a little bit easier position, I would say.
Okay, so we'll come back here. We will go now to another game, which I think last night when we heard the pairings, there were two that we thought were particularly interesting.
Yes.
The one that we just came from, and the second one is Tiger Hiller Pearson against Milton Panzer.
Yeah, and you could say that these two players are the ones that I know best in a way, because Tiger, and we met the first time when I was, I think I was 12 years old, and he was 13. And since that, we have been training almost till we were 20 years old. We were training together for every weekend, analyzing so much. So we have been, working together for so long, and we are very close friends. And Milton, his father, I went to the chess college together with. So I met him when he was newly born, and I have seen his development. So
I mean, that's one thing. We haven't talked so much about all the players, but there is so many young Swedish talents coming up, and so many of them, of course, are playing here. And I'm sure you have big expectations for them.
Yeah, I think this is one of the important things that we have been lacking a little bit, I would say, in Sweden. It is this type of tournaments for the youngsters, where they get a chance to get IM norms, some tester strength against players like Tiger Hillarp and Michel Marin and so on. And this is, of course, something that this chess festival wants to change. So I think that's one of the reasons why this is taking part, this setup of this tournament. And of course, in this game, it's also interesting because Tiger is one of the most creative players we have. And now Milton has got, well, he's also creative, but I would say that mainly he's got a very nice touch for strategic play. So it will be interesting to see this game.
Yeah, let's see. I've spotted something. I told you, by the way, just thank you so much to Sam Copeland, who has sent us 120 viewers. So welcome, everyone. This isn't my usual, normal kind of stream, but thank you so much, Sam. Welcome, everyone. And we're just looking at the first Uppsala festival, the GM group, and we just started half an hour ago, so you're all arriving in time. I was saying I'm not usually an opening expert, but this one is interesting to me because I believe none other than Niels Grandelius is one of the big experts on this line. I know he has recorded, for anyone who might be interested to find out more about this, he recorded a DVD for Ginger GM on this, and I think they called it the Magnus Queen's Gambit Declined.
Okay, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, in this type of Queen's Gambit, there has been a development also, because the question is quite a lot where to put, with a knight on g8, should you go out to f6? Then it's been quite popular to take on d5 and play bishop g5, and you want to avoid that sometimes. So, they have been trying out to play bishop e7 sometimes before you take out the knight. And in this case, we have an interesting move, a6. That is, well, like you said, it's also a bit new, and there are, of course, in these days you always need to have new ideas to be able to make a little bit of a surprise to your opponents.
I was wondering, since I mentioned Niels, has he not done some work with Milton? Could it be that they looked at this? Because I know Niels has worked with some of these youngsters. He might be watching us as well, because he sent a message half an hour ago for us to have fun. So Niels, if you're watching, let us know.
Yes,
let us know in the chat, enlighten us.
Yeah, well, I guess that, as being the strongest player in Sweden, and I have used Nils many times for training sessions and so on. So that's absolutely possible, of course. Beside that, the background of Milton is that he has been to Norway, to NTG, the Simon Agdestein School for Talents, and developed his skills there as well. So I don't know, and I know this type. So when you say when it's a Magnus opening, I can believe that
the Norwegians
had checked it up as well. That would not surprise me.
So let's see what happens here. Of course, if you're wondering what is the idea behind a6, I think the simple idea is just to take and try and hold on to that extra pawn.
Yeah.
So white says, I will capture on d5 immediately. So we have an exchange in the center, and now the pieces just get developed.
Yeah, because when you play bishop g5, quite often you want to play with e3, f3, bishop d3, and knight e2. But when you play knight f3, then this is outruled. So that is a little bit of the idea of a6. And well, beside that, it's of course good to take the square b5 sometimes, and also preparing to move the pawn sometimes to b5 as well. But it's not the normal development move. So white will probably try to be quick developing the pieces. That's the thing.
Oh, by the way, I have a job for our producer, because when I placed our chess.com logo earlier, I didn't realize that I placed it right where the clocks were going to be. So if we can move the logo up just a tiny bit so that the viewers can also see how much time the players still have on the clock. For now, it's fairly even. Maybe I locked the logo, so it might have to be unlocked. But yeah, we will continue. Bishop. No, I can't use the mouse. Okay, that's fixed. Thank you so much, Axel. So after bishop g5, now bishop e6 was played. And unpromptedly, white decides to take on f6. Does this surprise you?
Yes, that surprised me a little bit. But I guess that what I can say, Queen B3 is a little bit dangerous in this position after taking on F6. Queen take and Queen B3, because now it's a threat both on D5 and B7, and it's not obvious how to protect this pawn. Because if you play B6 or even B5, that looks a bit strange. It doesn't look good in my eyes, because the weak pawn on C7, and maybe you can play A4 and B4 and even take on D5. I don't know if that's possible. So in this position, I would be a little bit. I don't know if it's possible because of Queen D8, but still, it doesn't look good to keep the pawn on C7, that type of position. So the question is how to protect the B7 pawn.
I mean, the move that Milton has played makes me wonder, did something go wrong here? Because he played Rook A7. I mean, I'm not familiar with this line, but I cannot imagine that this is a move you want to play, or I could very well be wrong.
I guess it depends. Of course, in this type of situations, when we have this type of moves, I always take a look at the clock. How much time has he used, and is this then a preparation, or is it, like you say, really a necessity that you had to play this type of moves? Because normally this is not what you want. On the other hand, again, now Black has got the pair of bishops. And if he can develop with knight d7 and bishop d6 and so on, he could have maybe a good position castling, and then the rook on a7 can be used after b6, c5 or something like that.
And then along the 7th rank.
So the question now, and that will be interesting to see how what Tiger will be doing.
Well, he replied already. He played A3.
Okay, that's because in this type of position, either you play for a longer positional advantage, or you go for a quick hit, as he has played such a strange move and is behind in development. And A3.
By the way, just to answer a very quick question from the chat, because I think we have a lot of Icelandic fans and friends in the chat who are wondering, will we also look at some of the IM groups where the Icelandic players are playing? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, we will. And so good to see so many Icelandic players. I wonder, some of them I think are in the hotel because they have been playing in the Open this morning. And we will do that for sure.
I know that Uppsala has got a good cooperation with Icelandic clubs, so that is there are many players here from Iceland. That is great.
Absolutely.
I think. And of course they are interested in following their heroes.
Yeah.
So.
And we will go there. I think maybe we'll try and go a little bit faster.
Yes.
Here we've almost caught up. So after A3, I think, as you said, not the direct hit. Playing more for a bit more long term. Queen d8 was now played, so going back, defending the pawn on d5, rook d8, rook d1, and bishop e6, and this is the position.
This is the position
on the board.
Well, the question is now, White's idea here, is it, like I said, to go for e3 and bishop d3 and a slow development, but on the other hand then you let Black just develop as well, or should you try to be harder on, like I don't know, if it's a e4 push and then d5, and that was the idea with with rook to d1, or well, that's a choice that White has to make now, and I guess Tiger will think a little bit in this position.
He will think a little bit, giving us the opportunity to jump around a little bit and come back here in a while. So let's very quickly see. So today I think we have some issues. I think we have only 3 games. Maybe we'll get a 4th one from the GM group. But this will be the last game that we'll check for now from the GM group, and then we'll go to the IM groups.
Yes. And again,
this looks very exciting.
This is exciting, and this is one of the players I've been training for a long time, Ludwig Karlsson, one of the most promising players of Sweden. He is he won the Swedish Junior Championship, So that means that he next summer will get the chance to play in the highest, to play for the Swedish title that Jung Min won this year. He will have the chance to do it as well. He's a couple of years younger than Jung Min and Milton. Now he's of course at NTG in Norway. He's one of those that has started to work with Seaman, and we have 2 Swedes there right now in his age. And he is also very devoted to chess training and to developing, and has got, huge knowledge of chess, I would say. And I'm so happy that it seems like he has taken a new jump in his development, and I really look forward to see what he can do in this tournament. Not the least as he played so good in the Swedish Junior Championship. He won just before Milton, by the way. So that's it.
Yeah, well, I think, as you say, it's especially interesting to see because these players haven't played as much, and when they're so young, of course, they develop faster.
Yes.
And today, well, I don't know if this is all some kind of theory here, but things sharpened up real fast here with the bishop coming out to c4, black playing h6. And here comes that queen with a sneaky threat.
Yeah. This is interesting because after bishop d7, it's not the normal. I think, well, at least in this position, normally, the classical line is to go for f4, queen d2, and then castle alongside. That I actually have played this with black sometimes, so that's the classical way. But actually, to take on f6 is also. I take on c6. That's interesting because that is not, at least not the most common version of in this. So it's probably something that Ludwig has prepared. Because one of the lines is either to take on f6 and play bishop e2 and castle short side, but now it takes on c6, and then bishop c4 and now h6. Okay.
And then he took,
yes, of course, and queen h5 and e6. And now, of course, what's interesting in this position is that in the long run, black might have good possibilities, but white can be very fast in playing f4, f5, and go for to push against the back defense around the black king. So this will be a very interesting game in the following 5-6 moves.
Absolutely. I'm always I'm a bit of a hacker. So whenever I see these positions where some kingside files are open, the queen has come out, I get very excited. One of the things I always wonder, what's gonna happen with this king?
Yeah, and one question that is connected to that one is where to put the bishop on f8, because one very common idea is to play h5 to get out with the bishop on h6, and sometimes, well, of course you can play bishop e7, but like in this position now you can see the pawn on h6 is hanging, so it's not clear where the bishop should go. And that also means where should the king be placed, because sometimes you even put it on e7. It can be very protected because now you cannot see the king going for a long castle in this position either. So it will probably stuck there. Now rook g8, yes. And now the question is f4, f5, this idea. Of course you have to watch out for a check on b6 and take on b2. So maybe king h1, maybe that could be one.
Or so let's maybe just quickly show for the viewers, since I think we have many viewers. I noticed actually, which is a great development for me, that the viewers there is more and more beginner players. So I like to show just what we're talking about after f4. This check could be a problem with the b2 pawn hanging.
Yeah, what's interesting here is that you need to have courage to play this. Well, both to take, but also to play this position with black. Here you have to be ice cold in your play.
Yeah, I mean, we're not saying that it's necessarily bad, but either you have to have looked at it before, or you need to do some serious calculating. But that's why we're saying maybe the prophylactic move.
Could be, yeah. And one important thing is as well is that the push black wants to do in a way is d6 to d5. If you can have this good center and so on, you should push it. But in this type of position, white will most likely sacrifice a piece, take it twice, and then put a rook on e-line and so on.
How would you take?
With a knight. And in this position, after bishop take, then you have a threat on f7 and on a8, and it's, you know, this is really, really dangerous.
This looks awful, yeah.
Yeah. So this I would, well, I would not go
recommend.
for that. No. But in the long run, if, for example, the queens are swapped and so on, black can take over the game. So it's typical position for the Sicilian. In the long run, black might be good, but watch out for being mated.
Yeah, so this one, very exciting. We will come back here. And now it is time. Let's start with one of the, let's see, where are the Icelanders? I think there's Icelanders in both groups, or am I wrong? Here is Hilmir is playing.
Yes, that's right.
So let's go to Hilmir. And he's playing
against Axel. Yes, Axel, you know, Helmir I don't know so much about, but of course the Swedish player Axel is also one of these guys that I've been training for some years. He's one of the most promising and also the most ambitious. He was actually taking part in this training camp that I had this weekend. And again, very interesting to see what has happened during this year with his play. Pandemic has done that they have not played so much. Question is, how much have you practiced and trained? We'll see. So, okay.
So let's see, what did we have here?
And Nimso Indian. Yeah, again we have the same idea that we had with in Jung Min against Marin. Everything is about the e4 square. White has got the center, but as long as e3 to e4 is not possible, black is normally okay. So, okay, that is a little bit unusual, I think. Bishop d2. Because normally in this type of positions you want to have the bishop on b2, you know, if possible. So on d2 there is very rarely you want to push it here. On the other hand, now you're ready to take with the bishop on c3, you know. So we'll see what's happening. b6 normal, knight f3, c5, and a3, take on c3, yes. And in this position, it's important for black to control e4, but also have got the you want to have the possibility to take on c3, and not giving white the pair of bishops. Yeah.
So rook c1 and queen e7, and this is the position on the board, which still looks fairly standard.
A standard position, that's correct. We have again we have a position where, you know, white is a little bit ahead in development, but and the pair of bishop at the time, but most likely black will take on c3
immediate.
Probably
bishop. Yeah, so bishop.
Probably wait for a bit. Maybe bishop b7 after bishop d3. Maybe bishop b7. But at the right time, black will most likely take on c3, and we have this type of position where the black pawn will probably on d line would be on d6. Yeah, something like this, and d6. Maybe I think you can wait. You know, and queen is c2. You can play f5. This type of game is the normal one, but we'll see. So
let's see.
It is, we wait for the real clash in this game.
So here we will wait. We'll come back to, for now, not too much going on. Is there anyone else in this group? Let's very quickly jump around, see if we find...
We have, of course, this is interesting for me, because again, we have this, what I love to see. We have a Jan Johansson, who is in Sweden, a little bit of a legend. He has won the Swedish championship. He was and he is a very strong international master, playing against one of Swedish most prominent players, Adrian Söderström. And so it's a clash between generations again, just like Jung Min against Marin and Tiger against Milton. And that's what I love to see in this tournament, this kind of games, you know. So, and Söderström is interesting because he's such a sharp player. So also on the training camp,
Yeah.
it was so interesting because every time you had a choice between an active solution, going for the attack, or a more strategic ones, you could be sure that he should always go for the attack. So normally his games are very interesting to look at.
Yeah, and I mean we saw the current position briefly, so let's see how we got to that.
Okay, the Benoni, and this is also again with Jan Johansson. Normally his openings are, what do you say? Not I wouldn't say dubious, but at least he's got his special variants to play, and he's also a very imaginative player that can, fantastic attacking games. I've seen many of those, and so on. Sometimes he has problem with the time trouble.
And we see actually that he's already down under an hour.
And and to play the Benoni against Adrian is very dangerous and very challenging. And now we even played this line. Okay, that's
so
interesting.
We have two players here who want who want some action today.
Yeah. Yes, this kind of some kind of Blumenfeld version.
Yeah.
And I have actually played something like this myself with black sometimes. So what he's trying to do is to get this kind of creative position and with a little bit of unusual opening, and hopefully he thinks that Adrian is not prepared for this, and we'll see. Okay, take on e6 and then you take on b5 is the normal. Yeah, and now we'll see if Adrian is old enough.
Yeah, well, he's played quite quickly. He's only spent 10 minutes. Of course, you never know. I think especially in the first round and these faster time controls, you never know. Are the players really familiar, or is there some part of bluff? But we will see if we can figure it out.
I think there is one thing is that this youngsters today, as you have so much information that you can get quickly, they normally have got knowledge also about more dubious openings like this one. So we'll see. One very strategic important move here is e4. Yeah, we play that even. Yeah, this is very important move quite often, because if black can continue with bishop d6, castle, and so on, it might be a very strong attack on the white king. But this is very dangerous, because if you take the pawn, you might get like very, very bad strategic position after changing queens and knight to g5. And you can see that even though you have won back the pawn, you now have big problems. You have 4 islands of pawns, so this is not something you want to play. So
instead he pushed a pawn.
d4 and then e5, yes, and now it's interesting what happened.
So back.
This is a really dangerous position, I can tell you, for, well, mainly for black, because now, it takes some time for the king to come out, and even if you castle with the bishop on d3, there might be very dangerous possibilities to go for take on h7, knight g5, and this type of move. So
I like it, Jesper.
Yes, so this will be interesting. On the other hand, now black has got a good pair of pawns in the center, so if black managed to survive that attack,
so bishop e7 is the position on the board right now.
Yes, I'm thinking there is also this knight g5 possibility sometimes in these positions, and if you take, then it's a queen on h5 check, and you have to play g6 maybe, and then take on g5, and here you have also an interesting position. After take on g5, take on bishop take, you cannot play knight to take on e5 because of bishop f6. So and if you have the pair of bishop in this type of position, white might be very good. So I think that's what he's calculating right now. Or should you play the normal, like bishop d3 or something like that?
Yeah, a lot to think about, so I think he will probably pause for a little bit. He hasn't spent much time, so we'll see. We'll let him think about this one.
Yes.
And let's see, where will I jump next?
Yes. Okay.
Maybe here, should we maybe just stick with the current position, or do you want to see it?
No, I think, well, I think we can have this position actually. This is here. I must admit that I don't know the white player that is.
He's the Georgian
Yes,
player that we were hoping was gonna make it.
Yes, that's right. He was trying to get into Sweden, and in these pandemic times, you never know if it's possible or not. But he managed to come in with a flight.
And we're very happy, to have him here.
Very happy. And he's playing against Theodor Kenneskog. That is, well, he's not a youngster like the others I have mentioned, but I always liked his way of playing. He was a huge talent.
How old is he, roughly?
I think he's closer to 28, something like that. I guess. I'm sorry, Theodor, if I'm wrong, but that's my guess.
Maybe you are wrong on the good side.
The good side. Yes, maybe. I hope so. Anyway, it's interesting position here because you have an extra pawn for white, but the structure is bad with the pawn on f3. So. Yeah.
And once again, the question with the king, where will that king go? I guess black is looking to maybe bring a rook to e8.
Yes. But still,
a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn. That's right. So, and also the d5 pawn might be weak sometimes.
Yeah, maybe that queen. Okay, it doesn't work now. f3 is hanging, but
we'll see. So the question is also black. What will black do? Immediately I think about, to try to bring the queen to f6 somehow. Maybe queen d7 and rook d8, and then you threaten to play queen h3. Could be this type of ideas. And the f3 pawn is under heavy threat. So it's a dubious position for both. That's interesting. Rook to f6 is also a nice threat. That's nice. I like this move.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, those rook swings are not always so easy to see.
No.
But I'm with you. I'm a big fan of rook a6.
That looks good.
Yeah.
So now the question is, white, what to do?
I have to say, I know a pawn is a pawn, but I would not very much enjoy being white here.
No, of course, I am an attacking player as well. I like the attack, so I prefer black. But again, to be objective, but still, I agree. I think this is a dangerous position for white, and the forthcoming moves will be very important for white. And the strategy, is it a long castle? Is it well?
I mean, what do we do about this pawn?
Yes.
It's not so. Can we get away with something like this?
And then you have like bishop d6, bishop h4.
Hard to believe.
A very dangerous position.
But if not that, then how do we?
Yeah.
How do we defend this little guy?
Yes, that's the question. No, I think black is okay, at least. Okay.
Very interesting position. We'll come back here. I think we're almost done with our tour of this first IM group. Here is another game. Martin.
Yes, Martin Jogstad. And Martin, of course, I know very well. He's actually playing for my club, and he is, he's a bit some year over 20 now. And has playing in the highest group in the Swedish Championship, is still has got ambitions to become better and so on, and working hard with chess. So it's also interesting again with these youngsters, how good has he practiced during these pandemic times, and that will be interesting to see in this game how well he can challenge. In this we is playing against
Samir Sahid.
Yes, international master
from Slovakia.
And in this position we have the static pawn structure. White has got the pair of bishops, but black is faster developed. And the question is, what is most important? And I guess that if white can just play bishop d2, rook to c1, e3 and start to swap pieces, white will be a little bit better. But the question is if black can do something quickly to put pressure on white with, well, I don't know, queen to c6, b5, b4, or something like that, to try to do something on the c file. So yeah.
Yeah.
What is the times? Okay, so actually Martin has got better time, so that could be that this is some kind of preparation from his part, and we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I think, should we just...
Yes.
I struggle.
Yes,
I'm
please.
very bad at these structures. I'll think I'll come back to later.
Okay, that's good.
I see Christian's comment in the chat that Dagwor's game is very interesting. Just for the sake of completeness, let's have a very quick look.
Okay.
The last game of this group, and then we'll go to
Yes.
Dagwar.
Here I think we have the youngest Swedish talent playing, that Edvin Trost. And he has been part of the training teams, Team Sweden and so on. So I have had several training sessions with him. He was, of course, taking part this weekend as well. Very talented. I think he is 14 years old or 13 years old. So he's
very young.
Yeah, really promising. And in this position we have, I don't know what kind of... Oh, this looks very dangerous for black, I think. Because in this position we have what I'm always looking for. We have the rook on e file, the same file as the queen. So after, for example, d5 in this position, I would be very afraid, because the bishop on e7 is, well, that at least I think so.
He is playing also against the lowest rated player in the field. I think she was recruited last minute, and we're very happy, of course, that she was here. She's the wife of Mihail Marin. Maria Yugina, not just a great chess player, but also a fantastic artist. She has some kind of exhibition here in the hotel, and
well, and of course, what was and of course it's difficult for her, to be, just jump in. And the reason for that is that you always need to have four foragers,
of course,
to be able to calculate for the norms and so on. So that's why in the last minute she had to be part of this. So it's not easy for her, but she will of course struggle. Okay, what happened after d7? We can go back. So it's not
where to place then.
Yeah. So the question is what. There is also maybe d5 is wrong actually. Maybe, I don't know if it's better to play knight g5, just because if you get a pair of bishops, then this bishop on c8 is very bad on c8. That might also be an idea, And now you really threaten to play d5 maybe. So that could also be an idea. So I don't know what.
Knight g5, I like Heather. Actually, I like knight g5.
Put pressure on e6, of course, but also, have ideas like queen c2 and take on, threaten to go into a7 might be a possibility. So, yeah.
Okay, so I think this is looking great so far for Edvin. I like his position very much.
What is the time? Yes, he's got better time. You should also, Edvin became the Swedish champion of bullet in Sweden.
Really?
Or 1 minute game or something like that. They had some kind of championships. Now during the pandemic, this type of
the youngsters, they are too fast.
They are so fast. Yeah, that's right. So that's interesting. Anyway, okay.
So let's go to the second IM group, and one of our Icelandic friends in the chat was telling us that Dagor's game against Leo was looking quite interesting.
Yes.
Maybe we can go from the start. They've not played so many moves.
Yeah. And of course, Leo, I have trained many times because he's also one of those very prominent young players. And very nice tactical view and touch, I would say. So I'm not surprised that we get this type of interesting position already now. We have the Benoni coming up, and White's, this is this structure with the f3, e4, d5 was very popular some 15-20 years ago. It's solid. black normally needs to be, you need to find it, because this is more like a positional way of dealing with this structure for black, and white wants to slowly just build up the position.
There is, by the way, a question from the chat from F when he says, when you say young Jesper, how young are they? Teenagers?
Some of them, no, Edwin, like I said, I think he's 14, and Adrian and these they are 16 and younger, and then we have Young Min, he is 19. Milton, I think he's 20 or
so
20.
Range, but all...
So they are 20 and younger, and Edwin is the youngest, so between 14 and 20. That's these youngsters' age.
Yeah, so...
Okay, in this we continue here. Bishop G7.
Bishop G7 was played.
Yes, and this is interesting.
H3.
This is interesting because one important position is after, if black can play D6, one of the key questions is normally that you want to wait with an G1 knight. You want black to play knight to D7, then you can play knight H3. So in this position, what he's trying to do here is quite clever by Creatine, that he wants to take the chance to bring the knight to F2, the best square.
While the pawn is still on D7.
That's right. So he's waiting with knight to C3. So this is interesting, actually. Interesting choice. The question is if it's possible to do something for black now in this position.
They both started spending quite a lot of time around here. I don't know if the times are correct. I felt when we arrived, we will refresh in a second.
Okay, this is also interesting because now black tries to somehow be fast with knight H5. That's a bit strange move to me.
And knight C3.
Yes.
And let me very quickly just refresh the page to see if our clock times are correct. No, I think that then it's all correct.
Yeah. Now for me, knight to H5, a little bit strange. Of course, in this position, you normally want to play F5 and so on. But, yeah. I mean, sometimes even you can play G4, because then you will push back the knight.
No.
So sometimes you can do that when you play so slowly with black. Or it will be slowly if white plays G4 and so on. So, yeah.
So very interesting.
So what has happened, of course, that's why they have spent so much time, and that is because it's, they know probably the structure and so on and the opening, but now they try to trick each other, to get the best position out of it.
Actually, yes, maybe I don't know if you have something. One of our viewers, Neil, he's saying, we were talking about the youngsters, and he's saying that he's starting to think. I think it said tongue in cheek, but that taking up chess at 48, I think was his case, might have been a little late. What would you say to that?
Well, 48, you said.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what your goals are. But there is no doubt that, still, it's all about practicing. And I do believe that you can make a lot of progress also in this age. So
I agree, and I think there is never an age where it's too late to start playing chess, because I really think it's such a beautiful game, and I think it's all about, of course you're not going to be world champion if you start at 48.
It will be difficult, at least.
I think there's always scope for progress. These players are still thinking. I think what we will do is I think we will take a very quick break, maybe have a quick stroll through the playing hall, see if something catches our eye, and we will be back with you guys in just under 10 minutes. I think 8. Don't ask me why I set our break time to 8 minutes.
I thought that was your your preference, always 8 minutes breaks.
Yeah, because I thought 5 is a bit short, 10 is maybe a bit much. Okay. So we will be back in 8 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then. So great, thank you.
How was this? Was it okay?
Yeah, I think it was great.
I hope I don't speak too much.
No, please, not at all, not at
please,
all. No.
Perfect.
Det är bara jag som klantar mig.
Nej, men fan, skit i det. Ja. Sånt här, det är ingen fara.
Nu ska jag försöka fixa saker.
Mm.
Okay, so we are back for more, and we both had a quick look in the playing hall during the
Yes.
break. What were your impressions?
No, it's what's it's 1.5 year ago the last time you saw like a live
Yeah.
tournament, and what was interesting is this intense feeling when you have like a lot of people in a room, so concentrated that you can touch on it, and that well I have really longed to feel that again.
It's very nice
Oh, it's so
to
nice.
be here. There is such focus. I mean, it's not exactly breaking news.
No, but it's
But
like you have forgot it,
forgotten,
because
yeah.
it's so long time ago. So that was actually my
Yeah,
first impression. Oh, I have really
yeah,
longed to see this.
yeah.
Online chess, okay, it's nice, but this intense feeling of people face
Yeah.
to face, that's lovely.
So we're back in the GM group, and this is where we started with Young Min and Mihail Marin.
Yes, and they have continued more or less the way that I thought. You could
Not
see
too much.
that white wants to, black played queen e7 and now bishop f1 again. The idea is to, not to let the bishops be swapped.
Let me just refresh the page because did Young Min spend so much time
Yes,
on, wow.
it's
Wow.
surprising actually. Well, probably has got a choice here. For me, knight to d2 looks normal. I don't know why he's not playing that move. There must be some reason because, you want to maybe you play f3 e4, or you simply take on e4, and if the bishop goes back, you have e4. So this is the logical move, but I don't know why he is thinking so much about that. That seems to be the obvious move. There must be some kind of another move that sometimes you play here is d5, to make the bishop not able to come back, and then you follow up with knight d4. So I don't know, and if you play e5 here, then in this position, because that
By
was
the way, he has played.
knight to finally.
Yeah.
Okay, so it took him 20 minutes to find
Yeah.
the move that I wanted to do in 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, there must have been something that he
Yeah,
was considering.
yeah, and that might be d5 and go for knight d4, because e5 is the move black wants to play in that type of position, and then you can play knight d2 even stronger than in this position. So
How much of a problem do you think it is to be down already 35 minutes here in this spot on move 15?
hard to say. I think that in this type of tournament where there's no time scramble in the normal sense that you get extra time, then it's very dangerous to have, if you come down to only having 30 seconds per move,
Yeah,
then it's
and to never come back.
then it's not easy. So he should watch out for that.
By the way, in the chat, I see Oregon Big Red, who is, I think, from Oregon. He says that he has one of your books.
That's nice.
What did you write on?
I have written a book that was quite a long ago. It's called Chess Training for Budding Champions. That was about the training methods I use for talents, and try to support like a self-learning study on how to become good at chess. Then, of course, I've written a lot of other books on chess, but I think this is the one that has been mostly renowned.
Yeah, and that's the
around
one
the
that he has, and actually he says it sounds like a little kid's book, but it's quite helpful.
Thank you. I didn't put the title on that one, but
But you liked it when it was suggested to you?
well, what can I say? That's not my area.
It's like with the wine last night. It's okay, but not.
No, no. My point is, my job is to make a
Yeah,
good
of
content.
course.
Then it's the publisher's company to
They,
decide what is the best title and so on,
yeah,
and they are much more experienced. So
to know what works.
So I wouldn't say that it's wrong in
Yeah.
any sense, but that's the way it is.
Bishop e7 has been played by Marin.
Yeah, and now the question is, what will he do on e4 in this position? Because that's the move you want to play.
It's just played.
And now it's critical situation, because now black must make a choice, because there is a risk that this e6 pawn can become weak, And well, and to take on e4, knight to take on e4. Then the question is how to proceed. Now white is, you know, having a position. I'll probably follow up with bishop g2 next move and so on. And you have a little bit of a space in the center, and you have a pawn on e6. And the question is e5 possible to play for black? Yeah, well,
there's some questions here. Yeah.
Yes, to be answered.
Yeah.
On the other hand, as you can see, Marin has got much better time. That's probably, well, my guess that he's playing an old line and you know, relying on his this work that he has done for 30 years. Probably played this opening already then.
Yeah.
That experience might be good in this type of situation. So yeah, I cannot say. I guess that probably you simply take on. What do you take on e4 or not? Maybe you wait. I don't know. Okay, let's say you take on e4, knight to take on e4 and play e5 or something like that. The question is, how is this position? I think this is a bit dangerous for black. Maybe even bishop to h3 or something like that, threatening to take on d7 and take on e5, or I don't know. This is tricky. Now maybe
can I get away with no.
Maybe knight f6 is possible. I don't know. Because if you take, then you can they are threatened on f2. So knight g5. What is this? What is happening? It's getting very complicated suddenly, you know. So, well,
yeah, messy.
It's a bit messy. So I would say now we are. It's a very critical position for this game. Is it possible for white to get a grip here, or will it be that might happen as well? You know, pieces get swapped and it's some kind of equal position.
We'll find out. So we will come back here. Let's keep jumping around. Let's remind everyone for today we only have 3 boards here. Hopefully we'll have them all tomorrow. So let's go back to
this position. And here you could say that you have a very strange one piece that is very strangely placed, or two actually, one on a7 and one on h3. What is the rook doing on h3?
Let's see how it got there.
Exactly.
So we left off here, I think, after rook d1.
Yeah. You should know one of the things with Tigre. I don't know how much you know his playing style and so on, but he is one of the most creative players and most dangerous players.
I actually played him.
You played him, and it was dangerous.
I was white, and he played the modern. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise, yeah.
And he did not cross the 6th rank, I think, for 26 moves. And I got desperate. I did not, because I didn't want to. I know he was saying, come on, you advance. And I finished my development, and then I just waited because I didn't want to push any pawns. And I think I started playing some piece back and forth because he was also, I mean, he was just
regrouping,
maneuvering. I think the book is even in his. The game is even in. It is in one of his books that he has written. So that was a funny memory. It's one of the most impatient I ever got.
And finally, did you win?
No.
Okay. No. So what's interesting with him that you know, he is this type of player that can actually come up with very special ideas and strange ideas, and to be commenting his games is a nightmare because you don't understand what is happening sometimes, and then suddenly you say that, oh, this looks strange, and sometimes you just admit, well, this was a stroke of genius, and it was me that was wrong. And well, that's always difficult for a commentator to admit. Okay, so what happened here?
So what happened? Black developed the bishop to d6.
Normal move.
And now Tiger said, here comes Harry the H-pawn.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, in this position, knight g5 is about to come probably. So that's the idea.
That's why Black played h6.
Exactly. So the question is, who is gaining h6 to h4? What is happening now, and this is typical Tiger again, is that, okay, if you castle short side, you know, should white maybe go for an attack even, you know?
Actually, he did castle king side.
And now that's a strange move.
Tiger played bishop h3, which surprises you. Huh?
That surprises me. But again, what I thought about was that if you have played h4, opponent h6, if you are starting to push your pawns on the king side, then you have something to go for. So I guess that what Tiger is planning to do is to play g3, bishop h3, and after take, in this position, it is difficult. The plan for white might be to advance with g4, g5. And this is also typical Tiger to find this type of ideas. And one thing that might make sense that this is the plan is that the rook on a7 will have difficulties in supporting the defense. In this type of position, of course, you want it on e8 or something like that. But so...
He started with queen c2.
Yes.
Will there also be maybe some ideas?
Knight g5 and take, well, might be, but it seems a little bit, you know...
Premature.
Yeah, so take on g6, I cannot say that there is a checkmate, but maybe in the future. And then, but I would say g4, g5 might be the trick sometimes here, you know, or at least you have to watch out for that idea.
I would, I mean, once again, I never enjoy much being on the defending side, but would not like being Milton here.
You would not like to be Milton here?
No.
So knight to d7.
Although then having said that, of course, there is still this king, but can the king, in the worst case, I'll just put it to f1.
Yes, and king g. From my point of view, I cannot believe that black should be worse here. It's more like what Tiger is trying to do is to get a strange position where the youngster does not know how to play. And like I said, I guess that if we compare the two players, Tiger is the more creative one, so he tried to make use of that by playing a bit of a strange plan and hope that Milton is not up to the task to defend against this a bit unorthodox way.
Just to address a couple of questions from the chat. The first one was, is this tournament online? So Oregon with Big Red, I think he joined late. No, we're very happy they are playing just next door to us. And actually that also means that hopefully we will have some players join us in the studio, talk about their games a little bit. I don't know about tonight because tomorrow is a double round. They will play at 10 in the morning. So we'll see how it goes today. But in general, we should have some players with us. The second question was from Single Malt, and he's asking, can black not play b5 and have the rook
exactly
join
this is, I mean,
party?
of course this is a possibility, but what's happening is that the c pawn might be very weak. There is an open c5 for white, and this pawn is now a backward pawn, so it's got problems, maybe even regrouping the knight from b1, d2, b3, and you have a grip on. And the problem is also the push c6, c5 will give a weak pawn on d5, so that will be a weakness for the rest of the game. So normally you do not want to play b7 to b5. Instead, I think it's more normal to play rook to a8 and knight d7, rook to a8, and try to get the rook with to e8 or something like that. That's more normal, from the way I see it. You know.
Okay, so
I think it will be very interesting to see if Tiger is ready to push with g4. I will say that will be interesting.
I hope so.
If that happens, then for sure.
Then we're in for a treat.
Either
a slugfest.
Either it's a stroke of genius or it's just naive.
We will find out.
Yes, we will.
We will find out. We'll come back here. Let's go back to Ludwig Carlson.
Yes.
Carlson.
Carlson. Yes.
Where did we leave this one? We didn't leave it so long ago.
He has been thinking for a long time, I tell you, because we had this position on the board when you and I were looking at the games.
So Queen b6 he spent a lot of time on, right?
Yeah, and you know, of course, like we said, the normal plan for white is to play f4 in this position, and with Queen to b6 that makes it not possible. And again, of course, threatening to take on b2, so white played bishop b3. But now it's a critical position, because what should black do? How should black continue here? You want to play d5, but that's very dangerous because you open up and there will be some kind of sacrifice in the center. On the other hand, to play rook g5 is, you know, to push back the queen is a possibility. On the other hand, when the queen is going back, king to h1, there will be
Queen 2, sorry.
Maybe h3. I thought about h3. Because queen e2 is dangerous. Because no, maybe queen e2 is also queen e2 is better.
Sorry, just thank you so much to Pawn Grubber for the raid. I know Jesper, you're not so much a Twitch. You've never streamed to Twitch, I guess.
I have not.
So Jesper, we have to introduce him to what is a raid. So a raid, just to explain very quickly, is when another streamer finishes their stream and they send their viewers to another stream.
I see.
So Pawn Grubber has sent almost 100 people our way, so thank you so much for that. There's now over 300 people watching, which is great. And thank you so much. Welcome to everyone who's joining us now. International Master Jesper Hall and myself.
Thank you. Well, like if you're indicating here, Fiona, I'm the old school. Sorry for that. I'm trying to learn. So thank you for introducing me to the
beautiful world of Twitch.
Yes, please. Thank you. Well,
so Queen D2, and we're in Uppsala, Sweden, and there is some over-the-board chess going on, which is fantastic. It's been so long that mostly games were being played online. They are next door, and we're looking at this very interesting game. We
Queen
were wondering.
E2 is better. Yeah.
Queen E2.
Actually, Rook G5 was played. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, because this is also, well, it looks normal to me because you do not like to have the queen on h5 going for f7 and the bishop on b3 gathered. On the other hand, like when you go back to e2, you will play king h1, then you will have f4, f5 with tempo, on the rook on g5. So I guess that's why he spent so much time on this move, because it makes, the question is, does this really help black? One move, one problem I would say for black is how could the bishops come to life? Bishop c8, bishop a6, or h5, bishop to h6. You want them to start to do something, because now they are just behind the pawns, and if you cannot push the pawns forward, how to use your bishops? So this is not easy.
Yeah, I find this position, I have to say, very tough to see what do I do here in this position.
You mean as black?
Yeah,
I agree.
Very concretely. I mean,
yes.
If you told me make a move for black,
yeah,
it's not easy.
No, it's not easy. That here you really need to have a plan in this position. How to, well, it's not easy. Or should you even castle alongside in this position?
Wow.
Just to bring in the rook.
So you want to double up on the...
Yeah, my point is a little bit that normally you want to go for a pawn race when you have the opponent has castle alongside, but now the bishop has some b3, so he needs to play bishop c4 to something like that, just to get the pawns rolling. So, and now after that, bishop e7, rook g8. Could be that is it's a possibility. That actually
looks interesting. Yeah.
Yes, and then bishop e7. And then rook to g8, and the question is who is better in that type of position. So probably this is also something that black was thinking about in this critical moment when he started to think for a long time.
Before playing rook g5.
Yes, before playing rook g5.
Okay, very interesting stuff. First of all, we'll see, does Ludwig drop back to e2? Yeah. Why did you not like Queen H3
I thought
so much
actually I thought that e5 was quite okay in this position for black.
e5?
Yes.
Now finally this bishop comes to life.
A little bit, yes. And also, if queen d3, you can even play bishop e6, I don't know. Because if you take, I would just say maybe, because I don't really believe in it. But
I was already wondering, can I not keep this bishop as an attacking piece?
Yeah. Yeah. So okay.
What will you do if I just start pushing?
Exactly. I would say king h1 and then f4. Is the basic idea. But of course, if you play h4 here, and how is this position now? If you play f4, take, rook take, and then you play h3, dangerous stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that, okay, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but that suddenly this bishop might be a bit better than this,
Yes,
that
then the
the
bishop
white
on, yeah,
counterpart.
and the colleague on b3. That's correct. No, so yeah, maybe e5 is well, this position might be possible. Yeah.
So if we go back,
So
well,
that's why
we,
yeah, I just
yeah.
felt that you know, I didn't like to put the pawn. On the other hand, oh no, that's not possible. I thought about e5 take on f7, but then you only play king e7. That's an interesting line.
Jesper, I'm gonna have to ask you to help Single Mount, who asked us a question earlier, and he's been
Yes.
asking us to clarify further, and he's saying, could you please solve my doubts about that other game? So I'll quickly go
Yes.
back, because he said I would not sleep if no. So he was the person who was asking about why can't we play
Yeah.
this, and
yes.
he's saying, so the question is, you want to play g5 and I can't play. So he's wondering, can he not regroup like this? So it was before knight d7.
Yeah.
Can he not regroup like
b5? Yeah.
b5, rook e7,
Yeah.
and queen c8.
Yeah. I would say like this, that in the moment where white plays g4, then white is sacrificing his pawn structure. Then black can do the same with b5. But if you play b5 before g4, then you will always have a weak pawn on c6. Probably white will, you know, keep a slow pace in that sense, not going for g4, g5, but playing a more strategic game, you know. So I want to wait with b5 until g4 is
And
played.
look at what Tiger has just played.
Yeah, this is typical. Like I said, I felt that. You know, I knew.
So now maybe b5 at some point.
It's interesting also because if you go back with the knight, you could see that, because one of the things that I thought of was in this
before here.
Yeah, after queen c2. In this position, you cannot play g4 because then you have queen c8, and the pawn cannot be. No. After queen c2. Instead of, if you know, in this position, with you know, in this position g4 is not possible, because then queen c8 will come, and you cannot protect the pawn, because the rook to g3 you take it, and you do not want to play queen f5, so then it's good for black. But with knight d7, suddenly this possibility comes to life,
because now this diagonal is blocked by the knight,
and now it makes more sense to play g4.
Interesting.
And now, yes, now we come back to this question about b5. Suddenly, I would say it's much more interesting to play b5 to get, you know, the rook coming to e7, because now white structure is so bad.
Also
with
the
g4.
white king, which Single Malt was talking about.
Yes, so now it's more interesting to play b5 and so on.
Because white is just more committed.
Yes, also committed a bad structure.
This is going to be very, very interesting. A very interesting game.
Yes.
Maybe before we come back here, maybe we finish our tour, which we didn't conclude earlier, from the second IM group, although more and more games keep appearing here.
Yes, we need to be quicker in our judgments.
But I don't know what's going on. What are all these games that are popping up?
We followed Leo Crevatin. We followed
I think
that.
some of these games...
We have one interesting game. That is Thomas Ernst against William Olsson. That is the second game. And the reason for that, I tell you why I find
Unfortunately, this game stopped working, I'm because sorry. I also saw that in the playing hall.
Okay, I see.
So that's a big pity.
Because this is the wrong game from that. No, I just tell you why.
No, now it's working. Now it's working. It's fixed.
Okay. This is very interesting, because you should know that William Olsson is one of these young players that I have been training and so on. Again, very ambitious, one of those, you know, working hard with chess and so on. But interesting is that he's playing with Thomas Ernst. I don't know how much you know about him, but he was number 2 in Sweden, I think, even behind Ulf Andersson at some time, close to 2-6, and he was a specialist on the dragon variation with black.
Very interesting.
And I remember I did some training sessions because he's a bit older than me and so on. The interesting was that he never played the dragon with black, and I asked him why, and the reason was that when he played better players, when he played it, they simply won because they are better players. And he didn't want to play the dragon against weaker players because there are forced lines that are draw.
Very
So
interesting.
that's it.
Yeah.
Now he plays
On the white side.
on the white side, the dragon against this youngster that probably has made huge homework. So I really look forward to this game because if you see at the time, you could see at the time.
Does everyone in Sweden know he's because it's a very daring choice to play the dragon against such a leading expert.
Yeah, I must say I like William Olsen's approach. You know, you play against one of the leading experts, or he was one of the leading experts in the world on this opening, and now he's challenged. You know.
Remind me, which one was the mute button? This one.
Yes, that's the mute button. That's correct.
So knight c6.
Yeah. And this is, well, we don't have to comment on this, I guess. This is the classical line. Yes, and yes, yes.
And I saw, I mean, the clocks are not here, but when we were in the playing hall after 1 hour, the black player, William, he had more time than at the start. He had 1 hour 32 or something.
He has done his homework for
really
sure.
Has, yeah.
But don't forget, in the end, there will be the position where you play on your own. Yeah. Then the question is who has understood most.
I mean, yeah, when we walked in, he had 1 hour 32 on the clock, but he was like this.
Yes.
He was very, very.
So what you could guess is that, okay, left the book, now you play on your own.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
So let's get to that position.
Yes. Of course, here you have loads of theory and so many games have been played from this type of position. So we do not comment on this. We just move on.
We will move on because a lot of pieces, I mean, this is on madness. If you want, there is a games command in the chat, so you can find the games for yourselves if you want to analyze them in more detail. So yeah, this happened that queen on h5 is always looking very threatening.
Yeah, well, of course, again, here we have a position with castles on different sides. Then it's the attack that is the point. But in this position, of course, black is a pawn up, if I'm correct. So the question is the white attack so dangerous? So it compensates for this pawn. You also have a bishop on b3 that is a little bit out of play. And you have a long, nice diagonal for the g7 bishop. So interesting position and almost impossible to say anything about as a commentator because they sit with computers, they have energy back and forth, and we try to say something clever, not easy.
That's a very good point. I mean, also this move, g takes f3, to me it seems pretty clear it will have to have been analyzed because to open another line, I understand right now the queen, but to open another line in front of the king,
yes,
it has to almost
this
be
is
backed up.
And he hadn't thought anything in this position, so this was obviously something. So I guess that this here after bishop h6, this is the first time that William makes thinking. Yes. So somewhere here, Ernst has made a new move, and now the question is, what about this position? And we have an extra pawn for black, but of course very dangerous. On the other hand, it's not so easy for the rook on d1 to come to g1. Maybe you even want to play queen h1, and then rook g1. That might be a dangerous plan, actually. So you're playing queen to h1 and then rook to g1.
Queen to h1 and rook g1.
This type of ideas sometimes, could be dangerous, but you never know. This is very concrete, so...
Yeah, very concrete. Queen g3 was played, and now the rook came to f1.
Yes.
So now the pressure is being put.
This is dangerous, for sure.
So what do we do? We have to.
No, you can also play queen g6. Could be a possibility. Then probably queen to h3 or h4.
What about your move, queen h1?
Yeah, maybe actually.
That way we defend this, we threaten rook g1.
This looks very dangerous. This looks very dangerous. Yeah, I don't think this works.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what was the rook f1? And now, so the question is,
I mean, do you
rook
have
e7.
to
No,
play
rook e7 is the
only maybe, or what?
maybe the only move. But this is now, the problem is also that now the king cannot escape through e7. So sometimes it can be very dangerous now with the rook to h1. You can go in that sense, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So rook h1 with a threat bishop g5 maybe, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This looks dangerous. I mean,
yet another position where I would not like to be on the defending end.
No. Again, the problem is, of course, you know, maybe this is the dangerous stuff with playing this type of openings, relying on what the computer says, is that, okay, you're a pawn up, and probably there is you know, you are better if you find the exact move all the way, and then suddenly you sit there as a human being, and you need to find these computer moves. It's very, very dangerous. That's a mistake many players do.
Absolutely, and especially, like, I mean, when we walked in, you know, you saw him there with an hour 32, but then suddenly, I mean, what happens if you don't know?
Suddenly he had to think on his own.
Yeah.
So this is interesting position, of course. Still, I don't know. But I think actually this plan with rook f1, I think that was very clever.
Yeah.
Because now it's really, really dangerous. Because how to defend, and you know, it's like also black cannot coordinate in his defense a little bit.
Because I mean, if the pawn moves, at the very least, there's some bishop e6, right?
The problem is also if you move, for example, to f6. Another thing is that the bishop on e5 cannot defend the king.
Yeah.
So, and queen g6, you know, again, what about queen to h1? Aha, okay, maybe you have queen to h2. That's an important defense.
But what will you do if I take here?
Ah, you can even take here. Okay, and rook takes.
Oh, rook. I was so blind. I didn't see the rook.
It's okay. It's okay. No, so
I did not see that. I wanted to take your rook.
Of course.
No, but here I have nothing. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No.
So.
But queen h1.
Now the point was that
and you said queen h2.
And now I think it's okay for black again because it cannot avoid. Okay, queen f3. We go back in this after f6. You said, but it looks really.
It looks strange. Horrible.
Yes.
What about rook
h1
again?
Yes, maybe simply that.
I guess black cannot survive with this king like this.
e7, just to try to defend. And then bishop f4, is that possible? Queen g7 maybe. I don't know.
Was there?
But again, this is the interesting thing is that now it's down to calculation. It's very hard work to do here to not to miss anything. And as always, it's easier to be the attacker than the defender. And because also the white king is quite safe. So one mistake from black and he loses. If you are really strong calculator, you can maybe survive and win the game. But there is a hard task for William in the forthcoming moves. And I guess that his time, you know, he's ahead on the clock, but soon I guess he will be close to.
It goes very quickly, actually.
Yes. Also, because you should know that Thomas Ernst is known to play quite rapidly. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll come back to this one. I think there's one that we still have some Icelanders in the chat.
We hope so.
One of their hopefuls is Vignir Stefansson, and he's playing against Alexander Hacht. And let's see, is that the current position? Let me quickly update.
If I'm not wrong, black is a pawn up. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And from my point of view, I cannot say that white has got compensation for that.
Yeah, it's hard to see. I mean, it looks like white wants some attack with all these pieces on the king side, but it's not so easy to...
No, I think that black is simply I wouldn't say winning yet, but almost close. There need to be some kind of really good attacking possibility to compensate for this pawn. Well, I think black is better simply.
Let's jump on. Well, one player we haven't seen is one of the people who makes this whole broadcast possible, and that's Joachim Nilsson.
Yes, he's actually been setting up this.
But now I'm so confused. Actually, the other game, because Joachim is playing against Vignir Stefansson. So I don't know what this game that we just saw, who is playing, but it's not Vignir, because Vignir is playing against Joachim. So just ignore that game that we just came from, because I don't know which kind of imposter is playing there. So but it wasn't
because
Vignir.
It's not twin brothers with the same name. No. That's great.
So, but I mean, okay, anyway, we have 8 games currently, so there are some games that are not from this group, and maybe there's just some broadcast error, but those are Joachim Nilsson is playing against Vignir Stefansson.
And should I go for this game, or
no, sorry, I was just looking at the...
We go for another one.
Yeah, well, let's maybe just very quickly give an assessment of what we think this one, because this one is definitely being played right now. What do we make of it?
We have it's equal when it comes to the material, and we have the pawn structure in one way is favoring white because it's a little bit better structure with an extra pawn in the center. On the other hand, one problem for white is that the bishop is out of play, and if you play b4 and so on, the question is, will the c pawn be a strong one, or will it be a weak one? So, and black can follow up with knight to d5 maybe, and so on. So, and that is the key question for the forthcoming moves: is how strong is this break? This push, Because if it's just, otherwise, if, the queens are swapped and the king, white king goes to d2 or something like that, white will be slightly better in the position. So.
Yeah, so I guess that's what Vignir is thinking about. I'm sure he's looking to see, can he get away? And he decides now he plays queen a4.
And that might be a smart move, because what he wants to do is to bring the queen to b3. That's strong. I think this was a strong move, actually. This was a good move, because now it's dangerous for white. With the queen on b3, suddenly the push will be much more difficult to face, and you threatens to play bishop to b2, and in some sense. So now it is a bit dangerous for white. This was a really strong move. Yeah. So that was good, because also if queen, even if you play queen to a2, something like that, queen b3 can be played, beside, of course, giving check. And if you take, the pawn will go straight through, so, yeah.
Can I get away with somehow... but you will take with check on c3 if I wanted to go to e1 and play queen d1.
Yes, of course. No, somehow you want to, actually, there is one at a king f1. No, okay. I thought queen b3 and bishop d6, just to give a checkmate on the background. But the bishop can go to f8. That's a problem, so you simply take.
Otherwise, it would be a lovely tactic.
Yes. But no. Yes,
close, but no cigar.
Not good enough. Okay, so actually, yes. So from that point of view, it seems like I get on the other. Okay, so maybe king f1 and e4 or something like that.
What if I go? Is knight c1 too passive? You will go to
check to d1 and take it.
Oh, check! Oh my goodness. So that is a convincing answer.
Yes, that's dangerous. So it feels like black has got some pressure right now. And if white, one very good question when you play is always, what kind of pieces do I want to swap? But also, of course, who wants to exchange queens? And in this position, I would say it's no doubt that white would be very happy to swap queens, because the black queen is on its way, to go to b3, c2, and so on. So
there's
yeah.
an interesting suggestion in the chat by a friend of mine, Sean from Ireland, who was just playing some over the board event in Ireland, the Irish Champs, and he's saying, can't we go e4 and bishop f4?
Yeah, exactly, and especially one important thing with e4. That's why I suggested this move earlier on, that it takes away the d5 square for the knight as well. So this makes very much sense to play this, and yeah.
So maybe we prefer black a little bit, but
I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky because we have black has got some compensation when it comes to dynamic play. White, on the other hand, is a little bit strong when it comes to the structure. So it will be a fight between two different kind of advantages, and that always makes it difficult because in the end it will maybe go down to tactics. Who has got the lead?
Very quick look at one game we haven't seen, I think, at all. That is Kim Nygren.
Kim Nygren, yeah, that's right.
Against Konstantin Borsuk from the Ukraine.
Yes. Kim Nygren, he's a little bit older player. Always been very talented in attacking position of the black. He loves to attack.
And he should be quite happy.
And he can do it very strongly sometimes. Yeah. So, and now it's what I like also is so he's not afraid of anything, so he can be a dangerous player to play against, Here we have what you can expect. He has sacrificed a pawn. He's got some activity, and the question is it enough?
Yeah.
And well, when you play really strong players, this type of sacrificing ideas, most likely the stronger player can simply grab the pawns and then win in the long run. But don't underestimate him, because he can have some tactical vision sometimes that can make it spark.
I guess after the last move, knight d7, now the threat is to
simply take. Yeah. And now the question is,
where do we go?
Yes. What do we do? Can we play? What can we do? For me, I wonder if it's enough, this attack. What you want to do is, of course, to play, in this position, you would like to play like bishop g5.
That would be nice.
Because then on bishop d6, e7, you can play knight d6 check. So here, question is, can you sacrifice on? I'm sure he's looking at knight to take g6, f take g6, and bishop g5. But here you can even take on e4 and take take back on d8, and when you have three pieces against, even in worst case, this could be. So, and I wonder if it's enough. But of course, the question is, what about if you move the queen to c7 or something like that? It's hard to see that there is anything dangerous here. No.
We're running out of pieces.
Yes.
A little bit.
Well, yeah, that's correct. So now you really want to see something fantastic. One move that I thought about was knight to g5, if that was a possibility.
I was wondering.
But
this as well.
But I can feel when I say this, it's more like a desperate attack that we're. Here the question is.
But are you threatening? One thing I was wondering
e6
about
or something
is
like that. I think could be.
Take on e6.
Maybe take on e6. And maybe then after that take on g6 and something like that. But I would say again, the question: can you not simply take it?
Oh, I didn't even see.
It's okay.
I didn't see you could just take it.
And I thought about take on d5 with a knight like this, and the idea was that if you take on e5 here, then maybe bishop d4.
Oops.
No worries. Go back. Take on e5, bishop d4, and well, here you have queen to take on d5, take on h8, check on g5, and still I think that black is better after castling.
Let's say here.
And then like this. So probably.
What's the material here? We have two pieces.
Yeah. So it's I cannot see anything really dangerous in this position, but well, Kim Nygren, now it's time for you to show us.
Yeah, the time is already ticking down dangerously fast. Both players around half an hour.
Yeah.
Let's I'll quickly jump around, see if there's anything. This was interesting earlier.
Yeah.
It's still a very interesting.
Still interesting, yeah, that's
so
right.
maybe we can take a very quick look
so,
here.
Okay, can we go back a bit? Because we had this very interesting moment when he played d6 and not knight f2.
So we left it here after knight c6,
and d6, and we said knight f2. And now you could see that black do not want the game just to continue normally, because then white has got had got the chance to put the knight on the good square f2.
So he went f5.
So now he wants to be fast and play hard. So, okay, check on. That's an interesting move. That's interesting. I think that might be a good move even. But I'm not. Yeah. Okay, and bishop d7. King.
And those bishops came off.
Okay, and take on f5. The one problem, in that sense, I didn't like bishop b5. You know, I'm a bit curious about bishop b, because in this Benoni structure there is a rule that says if black managed to swap one pair of pieces, like knight against bishop or bishop against knight or something, you have an okay position, because black has got a little bit less space for the pieces, so black normally wants to swap one of the pieces, and in this case this is what happens here.
Yeah.
On the other hand, what will happen is that black will get a strange pawn structure with an extra pawn f5, and this is Krevatin's idea, of course, you know, to put pressure on and he even wants to, even wants to swap queens, so that this pawn structure might be a problem.
I guess if you're black, you don't want to swap queens, or do you?
Normally not. So the question, but this is dangerous because of queen. So I think you need to do that. Actually, you need to play queen e7.
That's very sad.
And then maybe you play bishop g5. Even.
I have to.
Yes.
How can I do? Will it help me?
No. Then knight e3. I guess you need to swap. And king take, I believe, and castle maybe. No, then you have bishop. Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Castle is okay. And well,
what we can't go here because rook e8.
Exactly. So what about this position? Who has gained most to have queen swapped? Not so easy actually, because okay, you have a weak pawn on f5, and but knight e5 is strong, and if you compare the knights, you know, the king is a bit out, so yeah.
It's not so easy.
So this is typical for Benoni, messy situations, strange positions, a nightmare to be commenting.
So what we will do, thankfully we have other games, we will jump back, we'll come back here in a bit.
Always when we do not know the assessment, we jump to a new game. That's the strategy. Yeah, I like that.
Very, very quick update on the first IM group.
Yeah.
Maybe we just take a couple of minutes to give an assessment on the current position in each, and then we go back to the GM group.
Okay, that's good.
So we'll start with this one.
Yes, here I said that the question was if the bishop pair could come to life, and or if black should try to be very fast, making some activity, push b5, b4 to try to make use of the c file. But the way I can see it now, it doesn't seem that black wanted to go for this hardest play. So I would say that, you know, of course, black has got all the pawns on the right squares and so on, so it's no real danger. But in the long run, this
white has a little
might have some possibilities with a small advantage here. But still, you have a lot to prove.
Okay, so we'll come back here, but white with the bishop here, the long-term slide edge. And what is this madness?
Yes, of course, this was the game that we discussed, where we thought that after rook a6,
this rook a6
is very interesting.
Let's very quickly see what happened.
Yes, and what happened? Rook g1. Well, that's interesting.
We were expecting.
Why not this one? Why not this one? Strange.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Okay. Yes, and I thought so. You know, you castle alongside. That was absolutely the right thing to do.
And now f5.
And now f5. And okay, interesting, because what you want to play is queen to b5 in this position to put pressure on d5. But then the bishop simply takes on
f3 and
f3. What is happening in that position? This and rook g3, bishop e4, and I thought about f3, because if you do like that, you simply take on e4 and then you take on d5. This is very dangerous.
Yeah.
So, and if I even thought about if you take on c2
and
with
if
the bishop.
I go,
that might be very smart. Yeah, that's right.
And then if you
take on a5.
And
very messy, very messy position. I don't know.
Can I get away with something like this?
Take on d8, take on b3, check on c8, king up, check, go down. But
I'll run out, yeah? I'll run out of checks.
Bishop
But
d2,
this check I'm not even sure.
Bishop d2.
This bishop is just trapped, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah. What if I go here?
Take.
And I wanted to... but you have bishop f2.
Yeah. Yes.
But bishop... it's so close to...
You can take on f2 and play f4, but you will have so many... You have too little pawns. Yeah. Too few pawns to make it interesting.
Oh, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so nice to sacrifice the opponent, you know, when you're not playing yourself.
I know,
that's always nice.
Yeah.
Okay, now very messy position, very difficult position.
Yeah.
Queen d2, okay.
Bishop takes.
Yes, and what happened?
Right. Sean was saying something about... Okay, we will... After this, we'll go back to Tiger, because apparently Tiger has a devastating g5 attack. So we'll see that. Let's quickly see what's going on here.
Okay, again, what a mess. What is happening here? It's so interesting. Okay, and...
So bishop takes t1.
Why? Okay, well, very interesting. This is very sharp play, you could say. Oh my god. What? Bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
Yes.
Takes.
King take. Yeah.
King takes h3. Bishop h5. Queen d3.
Okay, you're a piece up with black. And where is the compensation? I mean, I think black is simply winning here. Yeah, black is winning. I cannot say that there is enough compensation for this.
I mean, if I take here...
Rook d6, I guess.
Rook d6.
I mean, even if you play c4, for example...
This has, by the way, this has been played.
I would say rook d6.
Yeah. And it has been played also.
And if you play c4, you might even considering to sacrifice... well, you can wait. Probably maybe play bishop to f6. Something like that. And then in the right moment, you sacrifice some d5 and you have a winning position, I think.
This looks great for...
Yes, this looks great for Ken Skog.
And I mean, it would be quite a big if he can win. Yeah, he's.
But like I said, he has been a talent for a long time, and so he can really play.
Yeah. Okay, we go back to Tiger. We will come back to this group in a bit, but let's see what is going on.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Wait, we left it after g4, right?
Yeah. And now to react. And he played f5. that's a really cool reaction, I think, you know.
It was an ironic comment when the viewer said there is a devastating attack.
I see. Now it's interesting because obviously g5 is dangerous. So, but what is happening now is that we get a little bit, you know, again I said that uh, it's not clear that white will only go for an attack. Normally g4 is the signal, but if it's like this, because what's happening is queen, yes, e3. It could also be like in this game that white switches to an ending. And in this position we have two different, you know, one problem for black is that the h6 and g7 is on the wrong squares compared to the bishop. There might be g line. On the other hand, black has got the f file. So I would say, yeah, I think it's okay for...
Black still has that rook on a7, which is quite funny.
Of course.
And knight e1, and this is the position on the board.
Yeah. It looks quite equal to me.
Yeah. We were lured, we were baited by the check. So I think, okay, we'll come back here. I will go back to the IM group.
Yeah.
Single malt, I will remember you. And I'll continue. So this we saw, this we saw. So let's go to this game.
Okay, so here we have, this is Axel Falkeval, yeah. In this position, white is slightly better normally because of the pair of bishops, but you can see that one thing is that black has developed a bit, you know, better development. So, and, you know, the pawns are good. A7, B6, C5 is a good structure. E5 can follow. So, well, it's still okay for black, I think. So it will be continuously, there will be an interesting fight here, I think.
We'll come back
The
here.
best player will win.
Absolutely, it's really that kind of position.
So this is interesting. Adrian, what happened?
So where did we leave it off? Where did we leave this
it was
one off?
it was in this position, yeah. And now bishop e7. Here we discussed, the question was on knight to g5 was possible, but
you played knight
d2, normal move as well. And knight c4. Okay, there is a good position for that. But now it's important here what to do, because, yeah, you know, the diagonal b7 is very strong, you know, down to g2. So it's a very strong bishop on b7. And if black can develop, and also this, you know, pawns in the center, they are strong as well. So you know, if black can manage to just to keep up, you know, and get knight b6, knight d7, and so on, and, you know, black can be very very good in this position. So we'll see.
So let's see.
Very interesting position.
Yeah, bishop d2, bishop d5, bishop d3.
Yeah.
And now comes this regrouping, making space for the other knight. And queen b7.
Yeah. And I believe that you could say that in this position, black must be happy, I think, because now there is, I cannot say that, you know, I prefer black here. You know, you just like a move like rook f4 and then doubling the rooks on f file, very dangerous, because you cannot play g3, then you simply take on f3. So, and you threaten to take on f3 now.
It's not so easy at all.
That's very, rook take f3 is a very dangerous threat. Oof. Well,
what do you even do?
No, I think that this has been
really wrong.
Yeah, it's been wrong. It's wrong for Adrian. It seems like the old guy showing strength.
What happens? Is there some c?
But you don't want to go back for this. Oof.
I don't want to go back, but what do you want to do?
No, I think actually c4 is almost winning on the spot, isn't it? If you play this one, you play c4. If you take it, you take on f3. Bishop take, knight take, and then you take like that. And knight takes, and then you take rook take f3, and it's game over.
Yeah, tough position I'm in.
Yes.
Okay, what if I...
Maybe you have to castle alongside. I don't know what to do. And if you take on rook take, pawn take, bishop take, and then go back with the king, queen to e1. And in this position, if you take on h1 or d1, then you swap queens, and actually you might have some compensation with a pair of bishops, but I'm not sure about that. But maybe it's the best chance. Actually, I think it will come down to that. That now it's it's time to just to try to play on the game for white. So black's strategy has succeeded so far, I think.
Yeah, so let's move on. A very nice game, it
Yes.
seems, by black so far.
Yes.
Um,
Some of the Icelandic guys maybe, but that's what we looked at.
Yeah, this we looked at.
Oh,
So there's only one game left that we haven't seen.
Okay. Yeah, we left it with the position where the question was if there was going to be d5 or knight g5, something like that. What happened?
So we thought this was very...
so okay, simply bishop f4. Yeah, that was probably a good move. Here we thought about other moves, but that was probably okay. And now
knight b4.
Yes, probably that's the way to do it. To get a strong knight on d5.
That
Yes.
pawn was grabbed.
And bishop on e5. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now c4 is attacked.
Wants to have it, yeah.
And this is the position.
Okay. Well, it's not clear to me at all. Bishop c6, rook f4, queen h5, or something like that. Well.
Sorry, you were saying?
Bishop c6.
By the way, thank you so much, Julian, for the gifted subs. Bishop c6.
And then rook f4, queen h5, something like that. And, well, not so easy to say. I think it's, well, I cannot say who is better or worse here.
So black played queen f5.
Okay. Wants to put pressure on the rook. Might be smart. Okay. Well, maybe that was a very good move. Should you play? Well, now when we have seen Tiger, we need to do g4. No, I don't know. Queen g6 probably. You just play that, and then bishop c6. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens here. For now, let's go back to the GM group.
Yeah.
So we just saw Tiger and Milton. So let's go back to... Okay, things are happening here.
Which move is this?
Jungmin against...
Oh, that's interesting.
Mihai.
Very nice. Very nice.
A lot has happened here. Wow.
Well, you have to go back. Yeah, after e4, what happened here? This was
F4.
The position. Interesting. So, black leaves the full center to white, and will rely on an attack on the king's side, I guess. And as there is no black bishop, the pawn on f2 might be weak. So very interesting play, because the bishop on b7 might be out of play, and but on the other hand, black wants to play e5, and then you will have maybe a bad white bishop on f1. Yeah. So yeah, this was a very interesting move.
So f4. Let's try and catch up. So many moves have been played here.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Bishop h3, e5, d5.
The interesting again. What white's doing now is that white is, because somehow black needs to play knight f6 and then maybe bishop c8 to get rid of that bishop, because otherwise it's too strong. Then the question is what is most dangerous? The b4 c5 attack that will come, that's the breakthrough that you have, or the attack on the white king? And that is not easy to say.
Let's see, will they answer it? a5 first?
Yes, because then white needs to play b3, a3, b4, so you gain a tempo. So
that's b3, what he does.
Yeah.
And rook f6.
Yes.
a3.
Yes.
Knight f8. So I think we're gonna see exactly.
Yes.
what you're talking about. So white
Yes.
is
And
preparing the break.
that's why the knight went to f8, because now you don't have bishop e6, because it's covering up e6. Important maybe. But on the other hand, now also black is ready to get an attack on the f file.
So takes, and queen h5.
Yeah, that might be a really good move, because now if the bishop goes back, then the bishop on b7 can go to c8 and g4, you know. And of course,
Bishop
and rook
g2 and
h6.
rook
Oh,
h6.
well, yes.
He's
Tough
really
play.
going for it.
Yes. Of course.
So h3.
Yeah, one problem here is also what you want to do sometimes is knight to f1, but then you maybe bishop a6 is also a good way to get rid of that defender. So it's not easy to know how to protect yourself in this position with what, maybe queen f3. Very interesting. Then you want to swap queen.
Yeah.
Chess is difficult. Yes, I'm happy. Sometimes you don't have to do all these judgments yourself. So, okay, what happened?
So h3, he decided to play, takes on g3.
Was he threatening to play g4 maybe even, you know? Sometimes you just play g4 in these positions, f3, and then you go with your bishop, you know. No. So, white play in this position. Maybe, I don't know. If the threat is, you know, if you can play g4 in this position, because it's not so easy to attack after that. So he wanted to, that's why maybe he had to take, he felt, on g3.
Yeah.
It's okay, and you have to take back. Take.
And bishop c8.
Okay. Interesting. Because now probably g4, you take on g4, huh?
Let's have a look. g4, take.
And give a check. Yeah, and maybe you have a nice move here in rook a2.
Oh wow!
Make use of that, and then you're threatened to play. Then you're threatened to play rook f6. This might be very dangerous, you know.
Yeah, this looks
dangerous. Yeah.
Very, very. Also with the knight maybe coming so quickly into. Yeah, this looks awful. So let's see what happened. h4.
So you had to play h4 instead.
Yeah.
But
which
of course,
is not a move you want to make.
No.
I mean, these light squares.
Of course.
And immediately black pounces bishop g4.
Yes.
Rook a1.
But I would say it's not clear, because the rook on h6 can be very bad. So you better find a way to make your
there goes
exactly.
g5.
You need to do that probably, and this looks dangerous.
And that is the position on the board right now.
Yes, because now, you know, knight to g6, but on the other hand, then it's a check on a8, and then take on d6. You can take on d6, and you have the queen coming down to c7.
Yeah.
Very dangerous again. So black needs
maybe
to watch out.
Maybe I could have gone to. Sorry, maybe I should have gone here.
Take again. Give a check.
And at least have this move.
Take on g5 check with the knight.
Oof.
Now everything is coming to life for white.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just to show that there is still a lot of danger also for black in this type of position. So is this position?
Yeah.
Knight f3. And if you take on f3, then the bishop takes. Yeah. Queen to g6, something like that, maybe. Maybe even h5. And then if you can, after queen g6, you play h5 and bishop to g4, and you have a fantastic position with white, most likely after queen f6 or something like that.
I guess I cannot. This is a bit too much.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it's the.
I mean, this rook is.
This is no. This is good for white, of course. Now it's more like again, try to stay alive. So look at this. This is a very critical moment, because now the question: if you take on h4, then the knight takes. Okay. And now, maybe you do not have to go for knight g6. But the question is, you know,
What do you do?
you see the rook is, you know, that's why
Yeah.
the question was strong or bad. You
Yeah.
know, it's very concrete analysis that is needed to understand that. So yeah.
I like Jungmann's position.
Yes,
I think.
the more you look at it,
the more, exactly.
first you can see, you know, that whoa, this looks dangerous, but suddenly you realize, okay, the rook's coming to
I'm
A8.
coming to my senses after you talked me through the position.
Well,
at first sight, I would always take black, but
of course, because you love the attack,
Yeah.
but then you realize that
Yeah,
white's attack is more
yeah.
dangerous, and you change your mind. Okay.
Okay, so
Is Jung-min about to do a bit of
yeah,
a surprise here in the
let's
first round?
see.
Let's see. And
And
Ludwig,
let's go back.
yes,
We'll go back
yes.
here.
Rook to g5. What did he play?
And after this, we will take a quick break. So let me just stop. So rook g5.
He played queen h3 after all.
Yeah.
Okay. And he played f5
So we were
instead of
talking about
e5.
e5.
But I wouldn't say that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Because f5 is very logical as well. Because if you can get rid of that. On the other hand, do you really threaten to take on e4? Because knight take e4. And then it's threatening on d6. So, and you cannot, well, so this is a very, I would play king h1 maybe.
He played knight a4 to hit the queen.
Okay.
Queen a5 and f4 now.
Aha, that's why. Okay, I wanted to play king h1,
and then f4,
but now it's more forced, of course. Interesting, very interesting play.
Rook drop back. 15 minutes on the clock for black only.
This looks dangerous for black now, I think. Can you take on f5? Yes.
That's what he did.
If the queen takes, you probably swap queens and you have a better pawn structure. And most likely, well, still you have the bishop pair, pair of bishops.
And this is the position right now.
Well, okay. Very interesting position because we have two islands, pawn islands, and a double pawn for black. But there is this pair of bishops. And one very important thing when you play with the knight and the bishop is that the knight needs to find a good square. And the question in this position, which square is that? Because, you know, it's not, you know, want to have it in the center, but if you put it somewhere there, it will be driven away. So this is still a bit tricky position, even though I believe that if you can find a way to, for example, you know, knight e2, c3, bishop c2, and go for the f5 pawn, white might be
knight g3.
Yes, knight to e2, and then maybe knight to g3 and c3, bishop c2. I just mean, if it's possible for you to make this type of maneuver, then, but black will play some moves as well.
Maybe some, I don't know.
Or king to c7 most likely, and then start to push the pawns in the center. So there is still a lot of play.
A lot of life, yeah.
But look at the time.
Yeah.
So no doubt that I think that black will have a difficult time now.
How about Jesper? We take a quick break. We go and
Yes.
check out the action in the
Yes.
playing hall.
Yes.
See how the players are looking.
Yes, sweating. Yes, I want to see that. That's lovely.
So we'll be back once again in 8 minutes.
Yes. Thank you.
And don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. Let me...
Nu hörni. Nu borde det funka.
So does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
We are
I think
back.
we are back
sorry.
now. We didn't say anything. What did we even say? I don't even know what we were saying.
No, what I said was that what's very interesting now, because you and I were taking a stroll in the playing hall, is that we could feel that now it's the time when the games are decided. And also when you look at the games, there are a lot of changes in the positions and interesting stuff is happening. So
I also think I was optimistic to think that we were gonna have 3 breaks. I think there will very likely be no more break now.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a very interesting position, and I must say I would really like to go back a
Yeah,
bit
let's
because
go
this was
back.
so interesting.
So
you
we
know.
left after G5
And knight f3
and knight
came.
f3. Let me mute again. Why is it not muted?
This is interesting. Look at this, because here we said that probably this is a good position for white, but he found probably the only resource here. He played rook f6. Nice move, because now threatening to take on f3, and knight to take to g5, then h6. And that's clever, of course, because now if you go for knight f3, it's not possible. You simply take the piece, and knight h3 seems dangerous, because it's a bit strangely played, and even bishop take and rook f3 is there might be this type of possibilities. Queen e1, but still dangerous situation, to go for this. So instead
knight e6 came.
Yes. And now, because now black will win back the pawn, and now the question is who has calculated this position best, because after take and bishop take on cd6, cd6, the question is how dangerous is the white attack now, because now it's only white who has got the attack actually, because the white king will most likely be safe on h2. So it's the black king that is a bit, in danger. But on the other hand, you have swapped a lot of pieces, so it's only 3 pawns left: 1 queen, 1 rook, and bishop. So it's if black can survive, there is no doubt that he can manage to make a draw here.
So first off, what do we do?
Yes, you have to watch out for that one. So, and bishop f7, and then you have to well, then the question is what do we do now with, because if you move the bishop to h3 to make it to come to life, then queen f3 is very strong. So you have to watch out.
And if I bring the rook somehow?
Yes, the question is what place to go to, because if you, let's say rook,
what if I go to a6,
or maybe rook a8 and queen d8 maybe.
Can I go here, or do I have to step up?
No, I don't like, if you play bishop e8, probably queen e7 is very strong. Or at least dangerous. Yeah, it seems very strong. So I don't like that. But king to here, yeah, and queen d8. Then you have to calculate with the attack on the white king as well. I don't know, queen d8 and rook g2, rook f2 to go for a. How is this position? For example, now who is mating who? Queen to h8.
To h8.
Well, that was what I thought. And here maybe you can sacrifice your rook to g8, because then this, at least again, this is interesting, because you take, and now if you go to the f file, it's a check on f8 and you win the rook, and king goes up. The question is rook queen to e8.
g4, there's nothing after take.
So. No, queen can take, I think.
Queen can take. Sorry.
So a check on e8, the king to g4, and it's a mate on g6. So this is
nice.
So this is dangerous,
Yeah.
So here nice. But it's, I mean, it's this type of very, very dangerous position for both in a way,
Yeah.
But it feels like it's white who has got the edge.
Absolutely.
Still.
So queen c7 is on the board, and there will be some questions
to
answer here for Marin. I don't think it's so easy.
No. And yes. And queen e2. Oh, there is a check, of course, on a8. That's very dangerous. Now. Yes, just, and then grab the pawns. White is winning. So it's not possible. Yes. Yeah, this will be a difficult task for Marine to, but he has got better time.
Young Min after winning the Swedish
But it's White's clock ticking, so there must be a new move, huh?
Yeah, correct. Bishop f7.
So we have this. Played. So the question is now rook a8, king goes up.
Does it make any difference if I go here?
I don't think so. But now king goes up and queen d8. Because now we had this analysis of...
What did we play?
Queen e. Oh, no.
No.
We check on d1 and rook f2. And then we have these sacrifices.
The problem is, I don't know, how can we unsettle this king?
Yeah. Can you play... Can you play queen g4? The idea is that you can, in this, with this sacrifice that I suggested before, king to g6, maybe you have h5. Yeah, the h5 check in this position. Because if you take with the queen, then you give a check on g8, and you have a very nice checkmate on the board.
Very nice.
Yeah. So and if you take with the king, you take the rook on f6. So that's it. So yeah, this is dangerous. So okay, so what you go back one more. So the question is in this position.
Here.
Yeah. Because this is the The question is how to defend with black here. I think this looks very, very dangerous. There is a lot of, as we can see, there are a lot of dangerous possibilities for white. So black really need to be careful. All these tactical...
Maybe it's too late to be careful already. Who knows?
Yes, actually, it almost feels like, Because I cannot see... Because what you want to do is, to come check on d1, rook f2 to sacrifice and make a draw, perpetual. That's what you want to do. But this variation looks very, very interesting to go to d1, check, king h2, rook f2. And from what I can see, it's just simply winning rook, queen h8 and rook g8. And check. And if you go to h5 here, you have a checkmate on g5. So also no, queen rook to g5 checkmate.
Oh, that's made in one.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, g4 is again.
So you can see, it's so dangerous this stuff, Yeah.
That's a lovely checkmate.
Yeah. So we have. It will be very interesting to see if Young Min is strong enough to find this solution, because it seems like he's winning now if he can find the right way forward.
That would be quite the start. Let's go back to Tiger and Milton.
Yes, here a lot has happened again, and we had knight e1, and what happened? This is a compromising move, like I said before, because now there is weaknesses, and a move like knight a4 is very dangerous. But he played rook f3. Now you do not want to swap rooks, because if you do that with b6 played, it's there's no doubt that white has got an edge in the position, I would say, because its weakness is on the queen side. That's why I was hesitating when this suggestion came, with b5, because now suddenly white can play for this type of edge.
Absolutely.
So okay, rook h5. On the other hand, the rook looks very strange on h5 because he played knight g2. Yes, of course, because now the rook cannot move on h5. So it's.
So what did you do? King f7.
Yes, rook c1. Yeah, and he took back, and now bishop. That's correct. Very good. Yeah. And now we have a position where I think it's no doubt that it's white that is in the driver's seat. At least it feels like that, because these pawns. Well, okay. Okay. Maybe not that bad. I thought about rook b7 because if maybe knight. Well,
So rook b7.
b4 or knight a4 because knight a4 maybe c4 is okay. Like that. This might be okay for black actually. Rook c2 and then knight c3 okay, but the king is good on e6 after when it's moved back, you know. So okay, let's get that. So instead probably now rook takes f4. So probably b4 on rook b7, I guess. Like that. And take with the pawn, and we have this position. And you know that now it's so many pawns.
Can I?
G5, you mean?
I just want to do something with this rook.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's too.
Probably you take.
Okay.
Okay, now that looks dangerous to me. But okay. But again, you know, like
I was thinking maybe I can do something like this, but
exactly.
Then...
No, but there are many pawns now changed, you know, that are. So the normal move here is rook d4. That's the normal move, and you know, again maybe rook h4. Then maybe it's possible. Yes. No, seems okay. So maybe it's, you know, maybe he can manage to make a draw here. It feels like white must have had something more strong somewhere.
But the time is ticking down. Only 7 minutes.
Yeah. Here.
For Milton.
Yeah. So still he has to prove. He has to play some exact moves, I guess. Still, you know, because white should not be in danger to lose this position, from what I see.
Let's quickly check in with Ludwig Karlsson.
Yes.
And Emil Mirzoev.
Yes.
And this was this position. Oh, but this is not up to date. I think I saw it when we were in the room. Let me quickly update. Otherwise, we've lost that feed. No, that's
no,
not
I think,
the...
No, I think it was... I think this is correct.
It with
yeah,
another,
here you could say that I saw this move after king c7. Black played king c7. I saw this position, and I thought that in this position what you want to do is that you want to force black to play like c5 if it's possible, and then you will have a lot of weaknesses to go for. And if they play d5, that, you know, well, that's the normal way to go as well. What you want to do is to go for this pawn on f5 with and so on. So, but the dangerous is of course a5 to a4. So I thought about playing pawn to a4 in this position,
just to stop
exactly
a4 forever.
And even though, you know, you don't want to put the pawns on the same, you know, square as your bishop, it might be worth it, you know, in this position. And then you play knight e2 and this plan with regrouping a bit, you know, to put pressure on f5. And the question is, how is this position?
Good question.
But he played
bishop
a4. And yeah,
so
it looks a little bit strange to me.
Black,
you know.
is also taking very low on the clock here.
Yes, but after b3, the danger here is that black will not play c5, and with that this bishop is totally trapped or out of play on a4. So I don't really like this maneuver from Ludwig.
So let's see. And after that, oh, Carl is in the chat with us. I think that's Carl. And he's wondering what are our thoughts on Joachim's game. So we'll go there after this one.
We do
so
that.
Knight e2 and d5. And that's the position. Not on the board. We've had... No, it is the position on the board.
So from my perspective, of course, white wants to play c4 at the moment here. That's the normal reaction. But if you do that, also the rook is very well placed on b8. So I would watch out for that one. On the other hand, now with the bishop on a4 totally dead, you know, white needs to do something. So I think that the last moves has not been
in white's favor.
No, I think he had a better position earlier
It's not Carla. I thought because the name was SC Carl, but it's not. It's another Carl, another local Carl.
I see. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's go.
So what is, I would say that it's turned a little bit, but on the other hand, look at the times and you understand that black is still facing difficulties because only 5 minutes left, and after that it's 30 seconds per move, and that's not easy to play good chess with that.
So let's go and check in with Joachim.
Joachim, yes.
So what
happened? This was the position, yes.
Is this still the position? No. Here there was definite. Okay.
Okay, let's take a look.
Shall we go back?
Yes.
Because this e4 was played.
Yes, that's good. He found this maneuver that we spoke about. H6 normal, King G2 normal.
H6 made sense. There was some back rank issues.
Yes.
And then the bishop comes around here. Knight to c7.
Okay, yes, because the knight wants to come to a4, you know, queen b3, knight f4, so he wants to...
So an implicit draw offer here.
Yes.
But black wants more.
Of course.
Queen b3. By the way, that's something we haven't talked about. I think there's no draw offers before move
31 or something like that. And that's the first time you can offer a draw. That's right. Yes, this is great, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a good move. But now, you know,
forcing the...
Well, I must say, well played by Joachim here, because you know he's facing a little bit of a difficult task, and he managed to find this maneuver with e4 and playing around the bishop. That was good. And of course now black wants to win the game, so keeps the bishop. But now white has got important that the knight does not come to a4. So this was a good move. Well played. So the knight needs to go back, and here it's not so good on f6 because you cannot see that it's...
Oh no, I thought there was bishop. Well, bishop a3 was played anyway, but there is knight b7.
But now you can play queen d... Stop. Queen d8. What is happening then? The knight is hanging. No, the knight on e2. I didn't see that. A big mistake from my side. So let's go back. Yeah. I'm sorry. Stupid. So he took on...
He took on f8.
Yes.
And knight takes.
Yes, and still now I think white is absolutely okay, because queen b8, you know, it's... No, the knight is hanging again. So, okay, so then maybe there is some danger here still for white then. Because the pawn, the c3 pawn will be lost. So there's
danger
some...
then,
But this was strange, because it felt like white was okay. So what happened in this position?
Can it be here?
Well, we go back. There seems to be this is a critical moment. So
back further.
No, I think this is probably somewhere here is the key moment, you know. Maybe actually the best is go back. Queen a1 and queen b2. I don't know. Just to cover up on e2. I don't know.
And if
queen b2.
No, maybe I can still. Can we do this?
No. Yes, that's right. Queen b2 I want to play. And then bishop b3 or something like that. And this is not clear.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the moment, you know, when we overplayed with white.
But it's tough to feel these moments. Tough. Like in general, of course, you're taught to be active.
Yes.
And I find it so tough to understand when is the moment to defend passively.
Yes, you don't like that.
Yeah, I don't, but I also think objectively it's tough, not just for aggressively slanted players, but yeah.
Now queen d4 maybe, because white's only chance is to make a dangerous pawn in the center. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's see very quickly. Was there anything? There was this one game where the player was the piece up. Okay, maybe very first here, this has simplified a lot.
Yes, and no doubt black is clearly better in this position with two strong pawns. So, you know, and they have come a bit further.
Which was the game where the player was the piece up?
That is that was Theodor
It's in the
Kenneson.
other tournament.
Yes.
What is this position?
That was this sacrifice guy.
This is madness.
This is madness, but actually White has managed to get something, maybe or maybe not. B4. He's fighting hard. He's a pawn down, and you have E5 coming. The pawn on D6 is doomed. This is, well,
tough for White.
I think that after E5, isn't it simply winning for Black? Okay, he wants to play bishop to D2. That's the idea. Okay, I will try to do something, and then, okay, you even have. Maybe you could play Queen F3 as a threat in this position. And if the king goes to, okay, King B8, I thought Queen C6, but then you have, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Some counter.
It's not over just yet.
Not yet, but I believe that if Black is just cool here, I wonder if there is enough compensation here.
Let me find the other group then. This piece.
Please. Okay.
So Adrian.
No, it was Kennesko.
Yeah, but Adrian. Sorry, we have a first result. I think Adrian lost the game.
Let's go back.
Where did we leave it off?
No, it was even earlier. Yeah, it was somewhere here. Huh?
Yeah, when he had freed up this D7 square.
Yeah.
Bishop A5.
Yes.
This one. This will get 3 threat.
Okay, he tried to keep up. He took on C4 and then took on G2. Yes.
But a very nice game by Black.
Oh, it's a rook hanging. Oh my god. Well, let's go back.
But then...
Oh yeah, okay. It's simply
But there was nothing to do, yeah?
Nope, nothing to do.
No.
Okay,
so congratulations to Jan Johansson.
Yeah. It's very impressive.
That game that I was just gonna go to has just ended.
Yes.
So congratulations. That's quite a big upset here.
Yes, that is. But like I said, Kennesko is very talented, can play on a very high level. He has played in the highest Swedish, among the 10 players, and he played good. So he's strong, or at least I believe that he has played in the highest, if I remember correctly. But no, he's strong. Okay, and here we see the maneuvering.
This game is not. I'm not gonna keep us here. I think.
No, this will be maneuvering for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's about equal. So yeah.
And this.
Which game is this? It's Axel, and this is a game where I said that here we have a difficult position for White maybe, or
why? Because of the pressure on the C5.
He will lose a pawn and think.
This is just.
I think if I'm correct, if you take on because it's White to move. I'm sorry, then I'm wrong. It's White to move, then it's not,
Then
he takes on B6, takes on B6, takes on C4, takes on C4, and probably it's an about equal position, So.
Okay, we'll also come back here.
Yeah.
And finally, Edwin against Maria.
Yes, and here is most likely White who's better, because Black really needs to have an attack to compensate for the weak pawns on A7 and C4 and E6, and I cannot see that at the moment, that there is an attack enough to compensate for that. So
Okay, so back to the GM group where we've had our first result, Jung Min.
Oh, it was this line.
That's crazy.
Or more or less. That's nice.
Let's go and see it.
We'll see. Queen C7. Yeah. And he played, yes, exactly. And this, good, well played. Oh, it's exactly this, correct.
And then he went H5.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Yes, now you have the check. Bishop take, queen take. What will happen is bishop take, queen take, king to H6, queen to G5. Take the rook and you're a piece up, and you will win the game.
Very nice.
Very nice.
What a game by
Well done. he is really, it's so interesting, you know, because it's obvious that he has taken a new step in his knowledge of chess.
What a start to the tournament for him.
And like he said before this tournament, I will make my GM title here in Uppsala. And
has he had 2,500, or he would need to achieve it?
I don't think he has achieved it yet, but if he will make a GM norm here, I believe that he will be very close to 2.5. Wow. So this is really
incredible
nice
stuff. Congratulations, two young men.
And such a good game.
Yeah.
I think, you know, it was not a blunder. Nice. Simply very good understanding of the position, and also not the least because this is an old variation where I guess Marine has got a lot of experience. Very impressive from the way I see it. Okay. What about? Can we take a Tiger again?
Yeah,
and
he's here.
Yes. What happened in the game?
So what happened?
He played Rookie. Okay.
Rookie 7.
Interesting. So he wanted to push. He wanted to push D4. That was the idea. And okay, playing like this.
So what does he wants to exchange rooks? Or?
Yeah, we'll also protect on D5, I guess. So the question is now on B4, you know, but this is, I think it's roughly equal. Maybe the question is if White can make something out of this, you know. I doubt it, because also G5, you know, it might come and you're swapping pawns and so on. So yeah.
Okay, we'll come back here because time is ticking down for Milton.
Yes. But if he will make a draw, Milton, very impressive, you know.
Then we have this
now
one.
I get a bit worried about my former protege, Ludwig Carlsson, because now this is typical when Black has got some counterplay with H4 and so on. And what worries me is this bishop on A4, like I said before. I don't like it, you know. And if Black can play around it, putting the bishop on C5, and now it goes for the pawn on G3, he might have chances, you know.
So what do we do?
Something like that. Yeah, something maybe. And I cannot see that. Well, it seems like Black now has got counterplay.
Black needs to watch his time. 2 minutes on the clock.
That is something that speaks to his favor, of course. That's correct. So maybe Ludwig's, and of course,
can we do something
and this is of course very important in this type of tournament, without this increment time, that you really need to make a judgment. Should I try to find the best move, or should I make it fast enough and be satisfied with this type of position? So okay, maybe Ludwig is simply a very practical player, and you know, we'll see. Okay,
let's go back to the second IM group. So Kim against Borsuk. So what did we left it after B4? E5 was played. Oh,
okay. B5. Holy, that was a surprise.
So what happens if we take the bishop?
Then probably queen to F3, yeah. And if you make king B8, A6. Take a look at that. Like I said, he's a dangerous guy.
And if I try and defend?
How?
Oh, my queen. I thought there was no pawn here.
It's a checkmate.
So I thought I'll just put my knight away and my queen will defend.
No, it's a checkmate on the board.
Very nice.
Yes, so this is, so you can see.
Very nice.
And I wonder if this was something that was planned.
Yeah.
But look at the time. White is very short of time, so still.
But why do we not then now play queen here?
Well, maybe E4. And if you take with the rook, you play bishop D5. And if you take on E8, you can take the queen. So.
Very nice.
So
bishop D2.
Yeah. But you know, now he's got some tactics. So, but Black needs to find a way here to consolidate.
Can I not go for something like this?
Of course you
Push
can.
e4, d3, and then do the same to you
Yeah,
as your...
actually, maybe e4 is very strong here, because then go for queen e5 in the next move.
Queen e5?
Yes.
You want to give up
No,
our
the black.
beautiful
Yes, black.
queen?
Yes, black to play queen e5 and then queen d5, and you are.
No, I understood you were saying, but I wanted to use my queen.
Aha, you need some. You want to give checkmate yourself.
Yes,
Aha,
but I don't.
see.
I mean, exchanging queens might be the.
It's enough to
the
win.
what?
You don't have to do it with such a grace.
Brutality.
That's right. Okay. No,
Okay, well, we'll
okay.
see. Okay, let's jump on. Quick look at this endgame. So the rooks have come off as well, and now we've got this bishop ending.
Yes. And again, no doubt it is black who is in the driver's seat, but it's interesting to see, because if white can swap the pawn, some pawns, it might be possible that, if you just get one of the pawns on the king on e or f file, it might be possible to keep a draw. But
one thing that worries me a little bit, because here the clocks don't work, but I think you also noticed in the playing hall that Thomas Ernst was quite low on time.
Okay.
And I think it's tough to defend with no time, no time on the clock.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I don't know if it's even objectively.
That was a bit of a surprise, actually, because I thought it was going to play e4. But the reason was that the move white wants to play is c5, and in this position it's not possible because then king can go to d5. But in this position, white can play c5. That, I wonder if that was correct.
Because the king just feels like it's going in the wrong direction.
Well, it's at least, because what is important here is to keep down the opponent's pieces, because now b5, b6, Okay, maybe just standing there,
Okay, what if I...
Yeah, maybe you should even... Yeah, maybe. And if b5, you simply go for king d3. Oh, well, yeah, this is very dangerous. Maybe this was good. Yeah.
What if I...
Okay,
I can
e4.
never break, yeah?
Now then comes e4.
No.
The only chance now
I was looking for something like this, but it never... I mean, the bishop always...
But if you stay with the bishop on c1, if e4 comes, you can play b6, and it's a draw. So that's but right now, that's why I think that what black wants to do is actually f3.
So white played king e2, didn't play b5.
Yeah. And now, should you play king to d4 in this position?
And with the idea of just...
Because then you cannot play b5 because the pawn is hanging. I don't know. And then you play e4 and f3 and so on.
It feels like black is going to somehow...
Yes. This is... I mean, even f3 in this position is... Okay, maybe... Okay. Because I thought after king f2, I thought about bishop e1.
Sorry,
bishop d8, I'm sorry. Bishop D8. Yes, bishop d8, give a check. And this one...
He played, by the way, king d4.
He played king d4, yeah. Okay, yeah, logical move. Probably the best move.
I mean, it's just tough to see. How do we...
Yeah, the move bishop b2, king c4. Huh? I thought about this and then go for... Yeah, I thought about king f3, but you simply take the pawn on b4, and king e4, you take on c5. And in this position, I mean, you will probably also lose the a4 pawn, and then it's too much. No, it seems like William is making a grandmaster scalp. But on the other hand, look at the elo. You can see that William has actually got higher rating.
Yeah.
So Mr.
I think
Ernst
it's more
is playing themselves.
I'm mostly impressed by the fact that he played the dragon.
Yes, against the Master of Dragon. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, quick look, Joachim.
Mm-hmm.
Things are no. I was wondering if there was some counterplay, but doesn't seem like it.
I would guess that f take e6. He wants to play knight to f4. But it's this is no. This is winning for black. Okay.
And finally this one.
Yes.
Oh, we haven't been here for a while.
No, but there is a reason for that, maybe.
Let me see.
No, it's not. Okay.
No, but I think our broadcast must have
stopped time out. Yeah,
working. I think
strange.
Probably we lost the games here.
Okay.
The most.
Yep.
Okay, back to the GM event. Back to Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. We saw rook e5. So knight e2 was played now, and g5 finally.
Mm-hmm.
Takes. Rook a4 and d4. So black, I think, is trying to eliminate as many pawns as possible.
And it's a bit dangerous now because you have this rook h3 at some time.
I'm just gonna close the.
Yes, of course. Yeah. No, that's the other one. It's this one. Yeah, that's the one. You need to close. A little bit more.
Yeah, but
if it's possible.
They are blocked.
Okay, that's enough. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so in this position we have a position where knight g3.
It was played and rook h2. And 1 minute on the clock now for Milton.
But and now the question is, can you take on d4? Then you have g4 check. That's now suddenly it's get complicated. Dangerous for whom? King f4. And do you have with little time on the clock, very scary. So okay, I don't know, but you need to be very cool. Yeah. So moving to this, but the question is now, does white have like a moment to take? Okay, take on d4. Maybe you can take back, and if you take with the rook, you can play g4.
And if king.
Yes, and then now you.
I know. Sorry, no.
Now you play. Yeah, I don't know.
What if I go here?
Then you maybe play rook c2. Very cool. You can defending both. Well, you can see maybe he has tricked him in the end. Well, let's now you can see on his it's ticking down. And here is this is a very interesting moment because maybe Tiger can trick him now. Because Tiger is typical this type of player that is ready to take this risk because it looks very dangerous, this g4 king f4. But if you're convinced that you calculate well, you might find that okay, not dangerous enough. So okay, this is interesting. E take d4. Very interesting moment.
Okay, sometimes the clock takes some time to adjust, so he's just gained some time, but
still... that was a bit of a surprise to me when I saw that. Yeah.
But even still, with an extra minute, it's still difficult.
Yes. So, oh my God, this is okay. Yes, he didn't dare to play g4, probably correct. But now he's simply. What about rook takes c5? What about rook takes c5? G4, king e3. I think it's game over actually. So
and rook d5.
Yeah, that was played. So why not take with the rook on c5?
Yeah.
Oh no, he played g4. Well, what happened? Yeah, but then it's something else. Okay.
Wait, let me refresh because sometimes. Let me refresh.
Because then I do. This
he
makes,
did play
yes.
G4.
Then it makes more sense. Yeah. That's good, because now it's something else to play. Rook to take. Okay, so now you threaten to play rook take on f2 and then rook f3, and you will win the knight. So now, okay, so this makes sense. Rook to c2, then you can take with maybe the rook on d4, like this. Rook take, pawn take, and it's equal so far. Even though now it feels like the king is quite good at f4, you know. So I believe that it is a bit dangerous for black, this position now.
So rook d5, Tiger is thinking.
Yes. I mean, okay, but you need to defend. But what about, can you play knight? Oh well, knight e4, then you probably just swap and take on d4. Okay. As in rook take on d4, take, and here you need a good move. Maybe rook. Well, the problem is rook c2,
g3.
and then you have a check. But that's correct. And then there is hanging on b2. So, but it's it's on the verge now. So now it's very important for Milton now to play some really correct moves in this because and of course Tiger now is thinking what is the best chance, how can I put pressure on him. And what you want in this type of position, when your opponent has got so little time, you want him to make not the obvious moves. You want him to make these difficult moves, that where you have to make a judgment which one to choose and so on. I'm sure he's looking for that.
Let's very quickly check in with Ludwig.
Yes.
And his opponent, Emil Mirzoev. So we left it after... We left it a while ago. I mean, not a while ago, but they've been playing fast. So we saw this, and took on g3 and played rook h8. Knight back, bishop back, knight jump, and we had an exchange of these pieces.
We have very interesting now, because normally white should be winning this position with such a bad bishop on d7 and the pawns on c6, d5, f5, and f7. But the bishop on a4 is so dead. Bad. It's dead. So black plays more or less with an extra piece, and so it's actually black probably that is in the driving seat here. And you can see that the only you can see now you can even push forward. Wow. So this is going to be very tough for Ludwig. This no, it's too bad, because I think that he had an okay position earlier on. Is this the position?
This is the position.
Yeah, no doubt black is taking over this game. And you can see that rook g2, you have bishop d5. So, this is not funny, and the bishop is coming to e4. That was a bad decision to misplace the bishop on. Yes.
I mean, instead, so where was
I said a4. That was my first thoughts, and probably that was a correct judgment from what I can see in the game at least.
Because that bishop just got completely lost. He's trying rook h3. Yes. Can we just go here and pick up this pawn?
Most likely, or you can even play, that's what I thought, bishop d5, just to put it on e4. Fantastic situation for the bishop.
Yeah, this will be...
Nope. I'm sorry, this will be tough.
Yeah. So back to this game here, Milton, Tiger against Milton, and I think there's been no move. Tiger is still thinking.
Yeah. What about, we have not looked at Khan's game.
I think it didn't work, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. Then okay.
I don't even know if the result is correct.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hopefully tomorrow we'll have on the games. So Tiger is still thinking.
Yes, critical situation for him.
Is going to be decided in the time. Both players are taking down. Let's maybe just remind our viewers there is no more additional time control. Well, there is no time control, so The players will just be playing on the 30-second increment for the rest of the game. And what will Tiger do here?
I think he will play rook c2. That's my guess, if I'm not missing anything.
You know him well.
He played it?
No.
No,
but...
well, no, but no, I'm only judging on what I think is the best move. Yeah. But he's creative, so we'll see what he comes up with. But I would recommend him not to go down to 30 seconds level, because he's got a little bit extra time to compare to Milton, and that is something he should use.
But it's all, I mean, when you're at the board, like I always think that, you know, if I have this kind of situation, I always think, okay, I have to keep my time edge, I have to keep my time edge.
Yeah.
And it goes down so, okay. No,
okay, I'm sorry.
Most of the time it just goes down so fast. Like,
yes.
It's incredible. Even sometimes you have a 1 hour time edge, and then very often what happens is the opponent, you know, is trying some desperado or something, and you just burn all your
all your time. I agree.
So under 4
minutes. No, but
now.
this is the critical move. Rook c2 is the normal move. Then you take I thought about maybe. The question is now, do you take I think you need to take with a rook. Like this. And you want it to swap, and the pawn takes. And now, what about this position? There is actually one move, and that is king f5.
F5 with the threat of...
But look, here's a trick. Maybe it's not good, but knight d5, take on g4, and then knight to e3 check. A little bit of a trick that you have to watch out for.
Very cute. And the point is that, of course, if the pawn takes, this rook is hanging here.
Yes.
That's
so this is a little bit of just to show also the problems they are facing, and how strategy and tactics are woven to a net in this type of position.
What did I say? You know him.
I know him well. Well, that's good.
So rook c2.
Okay.
And what are we going to see now?
We'll see. This is a very, very interesting moment in this game. You know, I thought it was going towards a draw. Okay, it took like that. Probably he saw this, that it's, you know, if you do it differently. This is okay. So now I think that you should take on a6 in this position, I believe. Then the question is, what will happen on d3? Is that something? Rook d2 is needed. What about this position? What is this like?
What happens if we
take and d2? Yeah. I need to take probably. Yeah. Take. Yes. Take on f6. Check.
Oh my God.
Look at that, and then you have the fork again. You see. So that's nice.
Oh, incredible.
And
White is winning. Sam is right in the chat.
But
Knights are tricky pieces.
But
he did take.
This is interesting,
and
isn't
d3,
it?
This is all on the board.
You have a situation, like this, very few pieces, and still so
many tricks.
Yeah, so many tricks back and forth and so on. You know, this really shows how difficult this game is.
Yeah.
I sometimes when I work with my students, you show them some endgame studies with only one king and one pawn each, and it's still difficult. And then I say, what do you think about the initial position? You know, that's right.
Oh my God.
Chess is
tough.
I think this could most likely this could be the. No, look at that. Okay, he probably saw this trick now.
Okay,
in this position, the chance that black has got is the d3 pawn. So, yeah. Okay.
What do we do?
Now you're on the, this is really on the verge.
Because even, it's not out of the question that white could still lose somehow.
Of course.
The king
you can always lose. But one thing I thought about, what about knight to f5 in this position? because the idea is to play knight to. Okay, yeah, well, I thought about knight to e3, this
to
position,
e3.
or rook d6, of course, as well. Now I think he's very close to losing now, Milton. But look at the time.
Yeah,
Look at the
especially
time.
like this is, I think it will be a situation where both players will play on increment.
Yes, we'll see. I know one thing is that I feel that, and this is also something Tiger has said, that to go down to this, he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
To come with only the increment time left. This is not his favorite. So then he can make mistakes sometimes, Tiger. So this is the danger. So I would like to see him keep some extra time left. Not going
How
down.
do you feel when you have, Tiger, an old friend of yours, Milton, you've known him since he was a baby, when you watch, two people you like very much?
Yeah. But no, well, that's no problem. It's like, I used to comment on the Swedish Championship, and I know all the guys, and I must say most of the Swedish players are very nice. I like them. I like them all, and I have some kind of personal relationship. What you do is that I try just to look at the games
and be objective.
And be objective, but also what I could be interesting, that I hope that you viewers find interesting, is that I have some back knowledge of the strength of how they think, and I can tell them a little bit about my experiences working with players or playing with these players, or even training with them as a pupil myself. So, but yeah. But of course, Tiger is always so nice to. Then of course you have players that it's very nice to look at their games, and they are so creative and so on. And of course, Tiger is one of those. So I like him as a player, not only as a person.
And while we were chatting, he hasn't made a move yet. He's about to undertake Milton on the clock.
Tiger, what is this? I told you. Maybe the reason is that he cannot find the best way. But like I said, knight f5 must be one possibility at least.
There's a question in the chat from Astrohans asking, can we not play knight
e4? Yeah, that's possible. And then I said probably you take, and you rook d8. Not that rook, the other rook. And the question is, how is this position?
But there was a move, he played b4.
b4? Oh my god. That was a surprise, actually. Okay, rook c8. And you can see now he's...
Now I would be starting to be worried as white. Also as black.
Yes. This was actually... This was a dangerous move that black played, because you threatened rook c4 as well sometimes, And then of course rook c2 is also in the pipeline. And you can see Tiger is now starting to think.
Yep.
This is
but now there's no time to think.
I don't like this. That's what. Also, if you saw this move knight f5, it outruled this possibility, because you have knight d6. So that's why I prefer this move. Maybe I missed something here, some tactics, but from my point of view, knight f5 is the logical move to bring in the knight into the play, and so on. b4 seems too optimistic from my point of view.
Yeah, now how do... Okay, now knight e4.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. No, you have a check with the rook on. But still, it could still be. Can you play like that? Take on f6. No, take on f6 check.
Sorry.
And then king e7.
So blind to DS.
No, it doesn't work. Of course, no. This is good for white. So it's not working. You just simply move the rook. So okay. Knight e4. So take on e4. King take on e4. Then he must play rook d8.
And then we've gained a tempo, yeah.
Compared to tempo. So maybe he is clever again, Tiger.
And the knight was taken.
Yes, and what? And he will take back with the king, and he will have to play a rook d8.
So Tiger, he's so one step further.
Yes, and then the question is, probably you play rook c6, rook c5. And the risk is yes, my idea was that after rook d8, black's idea will be to go back with the rook and then give a check somewhere.
He didn't play. He played rook d7.
Aha, tricky move. That was a good move, because if you take on d3, you have a check on e8, and then you pick up the rook. Well played. That's why in this.
Very nice.
Yes.
And well done to Stoneman, actually,
So,
in the chat, who suggested rook d7.
And rook a5, like I said. The same idea, to have a protection on e5. So, yeah, well played, I believe. And you also threaten to play rook d5 in this position, probably. And yeah, you might have a good position.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger has been quite impressive.
Yes, he's a good calculator, I must say. And the thing with Tiger is that he's got very high potential. I would say he has outplayed really strong players, and when he has in this got this flow, he can play very strong. But sometimes he has problem with time troubles and can lose against weaker players.
Just to let people know who are watching, Ludwig did lose that game to Mirzoev. So this is the last game, at least, that we still have in the GM group. And rook c3 has just been played.
And now the question is rook d5, then you swap and you have. Yes. So that's not possible. So the question is now, what about a4?
a4.
You have a check there. That's a strong move. Sorry, I didn't see that one. So we go back. So then it's not so easy. Okay.
Rook g5.
Okay. So that's okay.
But what happened?
He couldn't see how to survive.
Question from Christian in the chat: are they getting tired? Do you mean the players or us?
Both, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's always now, it's almost 8 o'clock. I think, of course, you get a little bit tired, a little bit hungry. But I think the players... No, I mean, it's day one. If they're tired now, then they have a problem.
Okay, now I feel that it's going close to being a draw. Because if you see, if you can now win the b4 pawn, then it will be a draw.
Yeah, actually, we have Anton Korobov in the chat with us, and he's saying rook b3, and he's saying it should be an easy draw now.
Should be an easy draw now. Yeah, I agree. That was a bit... this was a critical moment when he played rook to g5. It was a bit surprising to my eye. If you want to win, after this, I think it's a forced draw. So I would like to find something here, if possible. Maybe it's not, then okay. But
what if I do something like this?
I thought about king f4. That he would probably play rook c2. That's the point. Huh? What about just taking it and then play rook c5? Is that possible? And if you play rook d2, you play king e3, and you win immediately.
Yeah.
This looks much better.
Can I? No. I thought that I could. No.
Then I can I can take your rook.
I wanted to trick you somehow.
I know you would like to, but
I failed.
So most likely this was a critical situation, because now this will be a draw.
Yeah.
For sure. It's a bit surprising, yeah.
It will be a disappointing result for Tiger, but a great fight from Milton.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Shall we have a quick look at the iron groups, or do you want to stick around here?
What more?
Here there's nothing more. So we've had a few results. We saw this one already, yeah?
Yes, we saw this one.
This we also saw. So this is still going on. I think here we can come back, because I want to see if something is about to finish. I think these guys will be here for a while longer. Then this one, let me update. This is an extra exchange for white.
What has
happened? I thought Axel was not doing so well.
What has happened here?
Where did we leave this? The
It
black
was
was in control of
yeah,
the C file.
it was this one. Okay, what happened? Take. Okay. Yeah. Aha. There is a pin.
Pinned, yeah.
Yeah. So okay.
And the exchange dropped.
Okay. Was that forced? I didn't manage to. Aha. Okay. I see. Because now go to a c8. Maybe you even have either you have bishop h3. It might be possible, and then you have problems. Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Yes. Well done.
And now it's an exchange. So let's see if.
Okay. That
was a nice.
Oof, so. Did he see that? I wonder if he saw this move, Queen f6, because you know he seems like he wanted to win immediately, and now there is some counterplay.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
h5 takes. And this is the position on the board.
Now this is must be winning for white. Then is some some technique needed maybe, but it should be winning for white this position.
And finally, let's see. Maria is still fighting, but what's going on here? It's just a.
No, this is a perpetual at least. Yeah. Oh, she's fighting well.
Wow.
Very good.
Great start to
this
the
is
tournament
really impressive.
Yeah.
You know, you suddenly you just are thrown into this kind of
tough event.
Yes, and you play one of the most promising young Swedish players, and you play such a good game. Yeah, that's very impressive.
William Olsen did win his game.
What happened here? He did. Did he win?
He won, yeah. And
what happened?
Not much happened after we left bishop here. And white resigned.
Of course, because now you threaten to play king e4 and f3 and you will win.
Yeah.
This is great by William.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for him.
Leo won his game as well. You're getting a lot of good news today.
Yes,
Jesper.
I love this young.
But why? Oh, this game didn't work anymore, but he won it somehow.
That's nice.
Joachim unfortunately lost.
Yes.
We also need to leave some good news for our Icelandic
Of course,
friends.
we cannot grab all the victories.
Oh, but there's a comment in the chat.
This is a one checkmate. What is this? It was Kim Nygren.
It is checkmate.
He lost. Yeah.
There's a very quickly before we go back to Tiger. Eki in the chat after missing. Apparently in this position here. Apparently rook f3 was winning here. According to Eki in the chat. Thank you for that.
Oh, that's a lovely move.
That is a nice move.
And if you give a check on g1, then you can play bishop c1, and now it's simply game over.
Wow.
Cool. Okay, what about and then king f8. Then okay, maybe you can even give a check on h8 and f6 if in that I guess at least that's possible. But oh no, okay, it's not so clear. So go back. There must be some kind of stronger in this position. King f8.
Sorry, you mean after the?
Yeah, in this position, maybe queen to f6. Because now you threaten to give checkmate, and if they play rook e7, you have check on h8 and bishop h6 check, and you're winning. Yeah, that's very nice.
Lovely line.
Yes, and if you take the rook, of course, there is a check on g5, and it's a checkmate in the initial position.
Very nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought it was dangerous.
Yeah, so that's a big pity. This one is over.
It was strange because I felt that the bishop should be
there
on.
Was
the bishop should be on e5 because I think the black bishop was on e5 somewhere, wasn't it? Or if you go back. No. Oh what?
Here.
Yes, the bishop is on e5, covering up, and then
f6 was played.
And then.
No, I know that was one of our lines. Sorry.
Yes, and then. here you can see that the bishop now
is away from the diagonal.
Is away from the diagonal, and that is not a good sign from my point of view. So very interesting. Okay,
yeah, good stuff. And this was agreed a draw. Let's see, what did we miss? I think we did not miss much. And a draw for by white. And I think that's it. I think we have no more games.
No more games.
No, sorry. We still have
this game. Okay.
Actually, we still have. Was this? This is also still going. So we still have these 2 games.
Yeah, and this is a bit interesting now because actually now, the night endings are supposed to be like pawn endings.
Yeah.
And in this position, the question is, what about you can? That's what I thought. Can you grab the pawn on h6, or you in this position? I thought about what about f4 in this position? Because actually, I believe now that white is slightly better in this position. Who is playing? That is Jogstad, yes. And because now,
what if I go? I can't go there.
That's right. That's why I want to wait with the knight a bit, so you cannot play knight to c4. And if the king leaves, then you have knight c6 and take on a5.
If I go here,
yeah, give a check on c6 and so. So the question is, what move to play in this position for
She played e4.
She played e4. Okay. Well, that might also be a possibility because again, now you take away after now the knight c4 is not a threat anymore, so you're threatened to play knight to f7 and king f7, king e7. You give a check on f7. No, you get c6 and take on a5. The question in this position is it a threat to play knight?
Yeah, will the knight not get trapped?
Trapped, exactly. But what to play with black in this position?
We should find out very soon.
Okay, that's the answer.
Knight c8.
And now, okay, let's analyze knight f7. Okay, king e7, take on h6, and then king f6. Yeah. But now you can take on d5, and the knight will come out to f5.
Yeah.
And yeah, at least you have the chance to win your game.
Yeah.
So no doubt there is some to play for here.
And if I take first?
Take king f6. Okay. But now you can even sacrifice. Can you sacrifice your? I thought about e5 in this position. E5,
well, knight f7 was played by the.
Actually, what about e5? Check E5. King g6 or king g7, and then king c4 in this position. And then you go for the a5 pawn. And the king has got it's very difficult for the and okay, you can play knight b6 and go to d5, but it doesn't matter because it's the a pawn that will do it. And then take on h6, king b5, and you start to run. King b5.
Yeah. Looks like can't do anything, yeah?
No.
Wow,
so
that would be
interesting,
nice.
yeah.
So let's see, this has been played, king e7, and he did take
okay.
knight d6. Oops, and knight d6. Sorry.
This is well played. Because what's happening now is that now the pawn on d5 is covering up c4. Okay, I don't know if you saw this. No, it's not so clear actually.
Now you could even lose if you're not careful, eh?
Yes, that's true. Well played. That was a nice move.
Knight d6.
That's why also again this maybe f4 was better than e4 in the beginning. Maybe. Okay, now okay. Knight c4. You threaten to play knight to d2 check. Because if you go, go here. Yeah, let's try that. Knight d2 check.
And where do you go?
Knight. Okay, king f7. Knight f6. Take the pawn. And now, okay. what about if you go for the knight in this king d3? Because now my plan is either to go for the pawn on g5 or go for the pawn on a5 with knight d7, b8, c6 and take it, grab it. If you can, you know, you know.
Well, let me just see what was played. Knight.
He played knight. Okay, so what he will do is to go for king f8, king g7, and then he will, yeah. And now the question is, can you, as white, is this position king c3, king?
This is a position.
Let's go for, yeah, that's one.
This has been played.
He played this move because I thought about what about the sacrificed knight f5? Is that possible? Probably not. No, it's not possible. I thought king d3. You wait till, but in the here I want to play king d3, and if king g7, then you play knight f5 check.
Sorry, knight f5.
And the question is this enough? Most likely not, because maybe king f7 and knight g7, you know, go for the f5 pawn. Yeah, it's not enough. Okay,
so let's see. King f8, f4 is the game, takes, and g5.
But now I think it's black who has got the chances, because you can play king g7.
King g7 has been played.
What an interesting game, because this pawn is almost lost. Okay, so knight g4, king g6, knight f6, knight c7, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he losing now? Maybe he has overplayed their position, you know, and the routine of the international master might take him down. We'll see.
So what you were saying was king g6
and grab the pawn. On the other hand, okay, king g6, king e2, take on, take here and play knight f7 check, king g4, then knight d8, knight or g7, I guess.
And then you get the square maybe.
And I think that even though you play knight c6 or something like that, you know, you can play king g3. Must be too fast. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So after king d3, he didn't go king g6. He played knight c7 first. What's the idea behind that?
That was a very strange move, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm very.
I think it's in the wrong direction. Very strange move. Okay, he's going for that one. Cool, I understand. Clever guy.
But now, what happens here? Why didn't he at least play king g6?
I think it just played king b6 in this knight b6. Take on f4. Take this.
And you have nothing, huh?
Yeah, I think. But it was a bit of a surprise, actually.
Yeah. So white is still thinking here.
What an interesting knight endgame.
Yeah.
You know, when it's turning the table.
One of my Swedish viewers in the chat, Pizza Racer, he's saying endgames are intriguing. They're really, I mean, endgames are an art form of themselves.
Yes. Okay, what about Axel then?
Axel, let's see. Is that the position? This is the position, I think.
Yeah. Okay, There is some difficulties here because of the checkmate on, but that
G2,
was a good move. Now he threatens to play rook b8, and if he goes to g6, you have a check on h4, and then it's game over.
Nice.
So probably that was that.
Very nice.
Yeah, well played. And as soon as you play, you know, if you can swap queens here, you win easily with white. So
yeah, very nice technique.
Okay, he had a good move. He had. Okay.
F3 is still hanging.
Okay, so okay, rook b3 now. What is that?
Rook b3.
I thought it was over, but
can we now try and get the king out of this check?
Maybe king g7. Okay, and then if you take on d6 here, yes, you have that, and I play rook b2.
I go back.
I go to f2.
Do I have anything better than queen h5?
Now the point, yeah. Okay, let's try. Okay, that's not queen h4. You take on e5 and play rook, not queen to c3. Yeah.
Sorry.
Queen to h4. You give a check. Take on e5 and play queen to c3, and it's covered up. So it's cool.
And this. Sorry,
so,
what am I highlighting?
Okay, so
rook b3, and black is thinking.
That was the move, yeah. Yeah, now it's time to think.
Wait, what happened? Did Edwin lose? Oh, he didn't. No, wait, she didn't. No, wait, who didn't take this draw that we saw here? Oh, he played on. No, sorry. Yeah, he played on, yeah? King F.
Yes.
Oi.
Even more, you know.
We had written this game off.
Yes.
That's what happens very often when you want more than what is. But wait.
No, you have to push the button. No.
I don't know.
You lose on time? No.
It's very strange. Maybe it's time to send our producer into the playing hall and investigate for us.
Yes.
Get to the bottom of the mystery. What happened in Edwin Trost's game.
Yes.
We'll send our man on the scene.
Or if it is a draw, maybe.
Yeah.
But most likely not. Okay.
Let's go back here. Rook b3, bishop f1.
Okay.
And queen f6. Queen f6. And we're being tied down as black.
Yes, and you want to play queen to h3.
Yeah.
But then you can take on f7 and check on f6, and in the end you will have queen f5 to swap queens. You know, maybe you can even play queen h8 even better in this position. So it's okay. So it's game over there. That was a strong move.
Yeah, very nice move.
And now king to g1 and rook b8 is threatened. Okay, good.
We don't know.
That was a good move, actually.
Yeah.
So it's still not clear.
No, it's not clear at all, actually.
Okay, you can play queen f5. But then it's not so clear because... Okay, king g7, king g1, king f2, bishop d.
Wait, he didn't.
Bishop to c4.
He played king g2. He didn't swap queens.
Oh, that was a lovely move. That was nice.
No.
What about bishop take on f3? Did you see that? And then queen g4. No, it's not. It's not even. Nothing. Sorry. Okay.
Oops. Did I?
You swapped. Yeah. Okay. That I had seen that.
Nice.
Well done. Okay.
Still, it's not over.
It's a fighter.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, rook c3. how do you proceed after that?
I don't know. I'll go back. And then...
Well, now it's...
but then you swap queens, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And again, you can play maybe h4, and so rook a3 was good enough as well. h4, queen g5 is also a possibility, because this trick with take on f3 and then rook take king, queen g4 never works.
Yeah, so we still have our Iceland fans. How can white convert this? They are wondering.
Yes, h4 and queen g5 is a possibility. What time? What happens if you play this? Yeah, that's fine. H4, nice. Very nice. That's good.
Sure.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
We were just wondering what happened in your game.
Please.
It's just like a game for me.
But you won because we couldn't understand in the end. Oops, that's
Maybe you should introduce.
I should introduce. Maybe we can change the name. If you have time, instead of Jesper's name, to put Maria. Eugenia, Maria, welcome.
Thank you so much, Fiona.
It's so good to have you here. It was quite unexpected, but we're so happy to have you playing. You did not expect to be playing, at least in the IM group, right?
Yes, it's just it just happens, and I'm very. It's a very big experience for me because it's first my IM tournament, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, and so okay, because we couldn't understand. Sorry, let me.
No, I believe here is my move.
But then I think the broadcast
no.
was wrong then, no? Let me
But
see, somehow my mouse
no.
is...
He lost some time after queen takes c6, I believe.
Yes, and now my move, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Here he
here.
Okay.
Yes.
And so he didn't
know.
make the move, queen e6. Yeah?
Yes,
he
just
made and the
yes.
clock was okay.
And maybe after queen e6, I believe h2 is a draw. Yes.
Do you think there's some perpetuance? Yeah.
I believe yes, but
It's not so clear, or is it?
Check.
Where do I go?
Yes, queen f8. Maybe not.
Mihail, feel free to tell us.
Yes.
No, it looks like a draw.
Draw, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah,
But maybe
instead of
not
h3, maybe
H...
king f7. Maybe king f7 instead of h3.
Instead of h2, yeah?
Yes. I mean, not expose the pawn. Just defend on f7. There are no
King,
checks.
where
No,
does...
earlier.
Instead of h3.
Earlier, yes.
We're also joined now by Grandmaster Mihail Marin. So here, instead of
King
h3,
f7, yes, and
king h7.
then the king is protected, and now, okay... Maybe
But-
also g5. Maybe also g5 was instead of... But h3 exposes the pawn.
Yes.
But were you okay? Because we stopped looking at your game because we thought, okay, draw agreed.
Yes,
Yeah, no, but
yes,
it's
and
strange that
now
king f1 doesn't even avoid the draw because okay,
Yeah.
queen f4.
Yeah.
If we still want the
That's
draw,
true.
queen f4. So somehow this was
What were you thinking when he played king f1?
but I think I calculated the variation and I understand about maybe I have the chance for the win, maybe because
of course this is good chances, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did your opponent
But,
say anything after the game? Or he must have been not so happy, I guess. Because white can never really win, of course.
yes, but I believe I had a win
before
that when I start to make. Yes, here is I don't know.
Yeah. You have to say, with so many games, we only saw the game at 2 or 3 moments, but we always thought you were fighting really well. We didn't ever see.
Queen E2 maybe.
But
With the plan on 94, but I think it should be enough for a draw.
yes.
Here. Did you
Yes,
say
yes.
94?
Yes, or maybe defense
But-
C4 also.
But pawn a6 is a little bit handing, no?
Because of
Because of
Queen
after
E7, yes.
after
Let's say A5,
knight
let's say A5.
a4, queen
A5,
a5.
knight E4.
Sorry,
But-
what move first?
A5, let's say. we go ahead.
A5, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Knight E4. And
Queen
you mean
f5,
Queen E5.
queen e5, I believe, and
But Queen E5, knight
And
is G3 maybe, no?
take. I took with the pawn. No,
with the-
no, with the
There is also Queen takes B1, you know, it's a possibility. No, I mean, okay, take on G3, of course.
with the pawn. I
Yes, with the
I
pawn,
believe.
yes, and Queen B2 maybe. I don't know.
Mhm.
In b2.
Very messy.
The rook, and
Maybe
your
check.
C pawn is also a pawn.
Yeah.
Yes. I forgot about.
And the rook doesn't have
it.
good squares actually. I mean, if it goes away from the E file, then the A pawn is not such a.
Yes, I believe my opponent simply just forgot about the rook, and yes, he's king a
Yeah, but
little
it's
bit.
strange that he wants king f1 because okay, you don't avoid the perpetual. It's
yeah.
just,
Yes.
and now,
And now,
Queen f4, for instance, Queen f4, and it's a draw. Okay.
So
Yes.
what if you
No,
go...
rook d2.
no.
Here.
This is like
I'm just testing you.
Yeah, but still, Queen.
How is
E3,
he
let's
trying
say.
to escape?
Or Queen e5 also. Queen e5, so that there is.
I not calculated
Queen
very.
e5. No, if rook,
So that's if here...
then it's probably a draw, yeah. Rook e3.
Or maybe not.
But can we... What
Queen-
if we keep
Yes,
checking?
queen G3.
Rook e3 is also
Yes.
possible. Okay. Rook e3, and now you has to take, and king f1. You have to run that direction because otherwise queen on the first and the queen takes rook. Queen f3.
And
But
Yeah,
maybe
and
here
King G1. I don't know if Queen a8 then b4.
before, yes.
I mean, no, it's probably a draw.
But
H4.
but now
H4. Oh. But there will be rook h2. So b5, b5, h3, and rook h2.
incredible.
So maybe this is not good. I don't know. Maybe this is not good.
But no.
No, but you have a perpetual, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
What a crazy
Still?
game.
no, maybe not.
Maybe still no. If we go somewhere.
But Queen a8, Queen, and
and you're defending everything.
Yeah.
yeah.
What a crazy game.
Yes, but one time I just forgot about my time and I make the move and I saw, I believe I had 1 second.
Oh wow.
But my opponent forgot finally.
He was the last one to forget. Maria, congratulations. Maybe just before I let you both go, how does it feel? I saw you're not just playing, you have your exhibition. You're not just a chess player, also a chess artist, a painter.
Yes, I'm also happy to be here and with my painting. It's not easy way because we put all the painting in my small car and
You drove all the way.
yes.
From Romania, yeah?
From Romania, yes.
3,300 kilometers.
3,300 kilometers, and still you came here and you won your first game.
Yes, but I just drive not so many times because Mikhail is the first driver.
The main driver.
Yes, but
in
the first time she sat by the steering wheel on the highway, she told me, okay, I hope you don't mind if I drive by 80 kilometers per hour. Half a minute later, the navigator started to cry that she overstepped the
Really?
130 limit.
It's happen. I don't know how it
You
happened,
slightly
but-
misjudged.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so much.
invitation.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Mihail,
Thank you.
a tough game today.
No, I outplayed him. Then I did something not so
Yeah.
well, and in the end, I saw two ways when I can let him give a perpetual check,
Yeah.
but one of them was fake. One of them was
Yeah.
actually winning. So
Yeah.
no, I saw Queen G4, but I said just simpler.
Let's very quickly just show this moment.
I said why not simpler? Yes, okay, not Queen D1.
The annotation disappeared. 1 second. Let me just refresh. Oh, where did it go? It's been a long day. Our computer is also tired. Why is it not refreshing? Let me try. Nope. We got a server error. we broke. Oh, I got logged out. That's. Sorry. Let me see. Okay, maybe it's just.
But error
Gone.
also with the chessboard.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
There's nothing I can do. I think. Oh no, it's back. Oh no. Let me
Where is
see.
the
I think it's just chess.com.
GM
Let me see. Oh. Or will we manage?
Yes.
I don't. Mihail, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We leave it on this.
Yes.
Oh,
But
now just my game.
yeah, but because this one I didn't touch it yet, so if I
Yes.
refresh it, will probably also. But
Thank you so
anyway,
much.
it's so great to have you both. Best of luck for
Thank you.
tomorrow, and
Thank-
congratulations on it.
Thank you
And
so
after
much.
Uppsala, we'll have another way of similar length to Portugal. Also more than 3,000 kilometers.
Incredible.
Similar.
Well, first enjoy here, and then you
Yes,
can
yes.
think about the next trip.
Yes.
But it's so great to have you both. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck tomorrow.
Thank you so
and
much.
we'll see you again, I'm sure.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so it was really great to have Maria and Mihail here in the studio with me. I think probably all the games are over now. So I think I'm not gonna wait for Jesper. I think what I will do is I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. This has been a lot of fun, the first round of the Uppsala Festival. And tomorrow, pay attention, tomorrow is a double round, so we will be here, Jesper and I, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time, the local time, and the second round tomorrow will be at 4 p.m. So 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Thank you so much for watching. There were many of you here. Thank you to Jesper in absentia and to our producer Axel. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. And actually, wait, Axel, before we end the stream, we have to raid someone. Who will we raid? We will raid Yanni. He is here in Uppsala. He is here in Uppsala in the hotel. So we will send a raid his way. If I can spell. His name is not the easiest to spell. But you guys are on your way to Johnny. So as soon as I press the raid button, then we can end. So once again, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. The raid is going, and then we end the stream. Bye bye.